Chapter 818. Feng Hung calmly looked at his opponent, thinking about the optimal tactic to begin this battle. She has displayed excellent use and control of her Tao and a unique application of the soul. Although it should only be the bare surface of her ability, it is enough for me to deduce her capabilities. The only place I lack information is her physical prowess, so let's test it. Feng Hung acted, and countless halos of different colors appeared above his head. Each halo had a different aura or emotions. Upon closer observation, Jinbiyu noticed a few: halo of virtue, halo of suffering, halo of wisdom, halo of sins, halo of truth, halo of compassion, and so many more. After these halos manifested, they fused into Feng Hung's body, turning him into a noble gilded man. The sound of a river flooding could be heard as Feng Hung's blood rushed through his veins. His heartbeat resonated with the space of this dimension, making it tremble with each beat. "The all-virtue Buddha golden body," said Jinbiyu in shock. "Oh, you know this technique?" asked Feng Hung with a frown. This technique has long been lost to time, and he was probably one of the few people in this world who still knew of its existence. So, after hearing Jinbiyu naming it, he was surprised while also confirming her identity was special. With this incident, he confirmed his theory that someone possessed her. He eliminated the possibility of reincarnation and waking up the past life memory because his yin-yang eyes saw the essence of her soul and did not detect the breath of reincarnation. Jinbiyu displayed a great sense of seriousness because of the origin of this technique. In the endless void, the myriad emperor world was not the only place that had an entire era ruled by Buddhism. And it was not the only place where these monks went mad because of the power of incense. Most world communities have one thing in common: the Null Era. After the innate acquire war, most cultivation civilizations were destroyed and had to start over. And the ones who survived with an intact inheritance also suffered tremendous damage. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao of most of these worlds saw an opportunity to start over, better than before. The other thing all heaven will worlds and world communities shared in common was the rise of Buddhism. More than hundreds of world communities had eras ruled by Buddhism and practiced cruel methods of gathering incense. The rise of Buddhism appeared simultaneously across all world communities. Some worlds were ruled by Buddhism for an extended period right after the Null Era, to be precise. The prosperity of Buddhism allowed it to gather too much destiny. As such, its backlash was so severe that its downfall occurred in the same generation. It's a shame that something went wrong with the absolute beginning emperor, and he wiped out the entire religion. There were rumors the all-virtue Buddha golden body originated from the upper dimension. But I know that's not true, thought Jinbiyu, a little flustered because of the origin and rumor behind this fantastic body refining technique. At the peak of Buddhism's prosperity, something fantastical occurred. 126 great emperors appeared from the Buddhist sect. In one generation, Buddhism accounted for 3% of all emperors in the lower dimension. Such a record was unheard of. However, what occurred next was even more remarkable. These 126 Buddhist emperors gathered and had a Dharma discussion, inviting the most talented monks from their worlds and factions for a meeting to discuss the Tao. During this meeting, countless new theories, thoughts, ideas, and schools of thought were created. And, of course, numerous brilliant cultivation techniques or spells. And the most outstanding achievement of this meeting was the creation of the all-virtue Buddha golden body. This technique contained the thoughts of millions of Buddhist monks from Tier 7 to 9. 126 great emperors, 3 of whom were eternal emperors. As such, the all-virtue Buddha golden body is considered one of the masterpieces of Buddhism and the most brilliant body-refining technique in the lower dimension. Unfortunately, only true monks can cultivate this technique. Without true dedication to Buddhism, no one can practice this technique. Cultivating this technique requires a person to deeply understand Buddhist Dharma and condense halos from these understandings. So, people will often condense things like the halo of suffering or halo of compassion and so on. After condensing the halos, the cultivator has to absorb unique energy or resources based on these halos' unique Dharma before fusing them into their bodies. The fused halo will then temper the Buddhist skin, muscles, bones, organs, meridians, blood, brain, acupoints, apertures, and cells to an unimaginable level. Zhen Biu took a moment to rein in her shock. She did expect to see such a legendary technique in this place. However, what shocked her the most was the hundreds of halos surrounding Feng Heng. How could his understanding of Dharma be so deep? Rho Alpha D Alpha Nu no matter how heaven-defyingly talented a person is, they would need a long time to condense so many halos. No, I may spook myself out, analyzed Zhen Biu. The halos need resources to condense into reality before fusion. However, Buddhism has been destroyed for so long, so there should not be many resources after such a short revival. After figuring things out, she focused on the halos and noticed the majority were illusory and not fully condensed. Zhen Biu sighed in relief after this discovery. She could not fathom how powerful her opponent's fleshly body would be if he condensed all these halos. After analyzing the situation, Zhen Biu displayed her tactic to deal with this situation. She was not a body refiner. However, as a top heaven chosen, she knew how terrifying body refiners were and created ways to deal with them and make up for the gap. As such, a white and yellow slim armor appeared around her body. Immediately, her aura changed from a calm and peaceful Taoist priest to a mighty general with unparalleled momentum. Meanwhile, Feng Heng had finished activating his fleshly body. He clenched his hand to feel the power coursing through his veins. It's a shame, he thought. The revival of Buddhism was too short, preventing him from gathering enough resources to cultivate his fleshly body. Otherwise, with his years of studying the Dharma, he could push the all-virtue Buddha golden body to an unprecedented level. Alpha D Alpha, Eta Theta Nu Epsilon Mi glanced at his opponent before rushing forward. In an instant, he appeared before her as if he had teleported. A golden light flashed on his body as he punched forward. Bang! Zhen Biu flew 100 steps backward, but her armor was intact, without a single scratch. Interesting. What kind of armor is this? Feng Heng rushed forward and used a palm attack. He controlled his strength to penetrate the armor. However, to his surprise, the armor blocked the penetrating power of his dark strength. Feng Heng did not stop after one strike but attacked with trillions of punches in a second. His fists moved so fast that it did not look like they moved to the untrained eyes. Meanwhile, Zhen Biu tried to retaliate. However, there was too much difference between their physical stats, especially speed and reaction time. Gravity with Earth Tao, she controlled the power of gravity, creating a gravity wave of 1 trillion raised to 1 trillion times normal Earth gravity. She wanted to push him away to give her room for maneuverability. However, Feng Heng ignored her attempt as one of his punches sliced through this terrifying gravity like a hand plunging into water. This thing is so tough, thought Feng Heng after seeing the small cracks he created with his assault. This level of damage was almost non-existent, especially since the cracks could heal independently. Luckily, he did gain something. He learned the specifics of this technique. Taoism believes all matter in the universe originated from the 5 elements. Zhen Biu used this idea to create the hardest metal possible. Such a metal reached the level of Tao artifacts. And if she were not restricted by her 7-leaf strength, the hardness and density of this metal would probably reach Emperor tier. Feng Heng squinted his eyes as he wondered whether any truly talented heaven chosens that cultivated 5-element Tao could create such a metal. Or was it the result of whoever possessed Zhen Biu? The crux of this question is not the metal level but whether someone can achieve such a level with only immortal venerable strength. And the chances of that happening are very low. So, whoever it is, they must be an emperor or, at the very least, used to be a powerful insurgent. Feng Heng knew some emperors used their descendants to revive themselves. However, his eyes did not detect any imprint from Zhen Biu's body. So, he had to rule out this method. Well, it does not matter for now since I already found a way around this metal. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 819, Feng Heng vs. Zhen Biu, v. and unedited chapter Feng Hang did think of the flaw of Jin Baiyu's mettle. However, she was not a passive fighter and let him have the dominant initiative in this battle. During their brief confrontation, she also had a battle plan when the enemy was trying to figure out her technique. Her unique mettle created by the five-element Tao was not only hard and indestructible, but also contained another property, absorbing and storing power. As such, during the time Feng Hang was assaulting her like a relentless dog after a piece of bone, she stored the force from his attack. Bang! Jin Baiyu's attack pushed him a few steps back, surprising Feng Hang a little. However, the force was equal and even less than his actual physical stats, so he was not too worried. Boom! 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 Their two fists clashed, generating intense shockwaves that twisted the surrounding space. Their attack was on par for a while before Jin Biu used the power of Earth to increase her physical prowess. However, to her surprise, she could not outclass Feng Hang. The strength I stole from him won't last long, and his tactics seemed to delay until my ability was exhausted. In that case, let's use that technique. Plup! Feng Hang suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood after his fist clashed with his opponent. Huh? What happened? His mind worked faster than a superquantum computer. However, his enemy did not give him time and went on a tyrannical offensive. In less than a second, Jin Biu punched millions of times, leaving fist shadows in the air that appeared as if she had thousands of hands. And with each attack, Feng Hang would vomit blood. However, the odd part is that he had no visible external injuries. Feng Hang made a blocking form by crossing his arm. Then, he analyzed the inside of his body. Lung failure? Am sick? Thought Feng Hang, unable to hide the confusion in his facial expression. Jin Baiyu's attack did not injure her internal organs or something of the sort. Her attack was inferior to his defense. Yet, his lungs began to fail, followed by his heart. His bones became brittle due to some infection in his bone marrow. Feng Hang mobilized his yin-yang eyes to discover the truth of his anomaly. The Buddha's five-element balance is destroyed. Is this a combination of five-element Tao and medicine Tao? Cultivators are not affected by mortal diseases. Although it's possible for a body-refining cultivator to be sick, it's very rare. After opening their divine sea, they become immune to 99% of mortal diseases. And by the supernatural realm, cultivators will be free of diseases. They can be injured but not sick. Of course, that only refers to mortal diseases. Some artificially created diseases created by cultivators for the purpose of killing are different. Jin Baiyu's attack used medicine Tao and the theories of five elements related to the organs. She disrupted the balance in Feng Hang's body, making him sick and injured. What a wonderful technique! She probably created it especially to deal with body refiners. As he thought of this, he controlled his body, rebalanced the five elements, and cured his disease. However, Jin Baiyu's accomplishment in the five elements was beyond him. As such, the process will repeat itself as soon as she attacks. Feng Hang frowned as his body became balanced and unbalanced. He discovered this method was a great tempering method of the flesh. However, it was not the time to be cultivating. He swiftly contemplated how to deal with the situation. The easiest method is to evade Jin Baiyu's attack or use yin-yang to retain the balance. However, he chose a different method. According to his previous analysis of the latter's armor, he had two plans to deal with it. The first one was to use soul attack since Jin Baiyu's armor was designed to deal with physical attacks. However, Feng Hang knew this method was not as effective since Jin Biu would find ways to protect her soul knowing the effect of the armor. So, the monk chose the second method. This method would deal with the armor and take advantage of his current situation. Buddha feeding flesh bang. Jin Biu punched him. However, she was the one who spewed blood. Furthermore, the more she attacked, the more injured she became, forcing herself to stop. The Buddha's feeding flesh, muttered Jin Biu. Huh? Do you even know of this? Feng Hang began to wonder about this person's identity. Meanwhile, Jin Biu did not care. She has participated in hundreds of Heavenwell World and has lived since the ancient Emperor era. Although Emperor Fiveheart was not from the myriad Emperor world, her clones experienced all the eras and learned many secrets. So, She knew of this technique and its origin. There was once a mortal monk who cultivated compassion. Although he had no talent for cultivation, he spent years understanding Dharma and practicing compassion. One day he was lost in the desert, spending days without food and water. Then he met a dying eagle in the same situation as him. Out of compassion, he fed the eagle his flesh, hoping one of the two would survive this ordeal. His action changed their fate as the eagle used the remaining energy he acquired to fly away and get help. Then the eagle became the monk's companion. Later in his life, a cultivating Buddhist sect discovered the monk was a person with great virtue and merit, so he changed his fate and allowed him to cultivate. The monk eventually proved the Tao and became known as Compassion Heart Emperor, a first-class emperor. This technique was the creation of the eagle as he became one of the 4 protectors of the monk. With this technique, the eagle would take on the monk's pain, suffering, and injuries, protecting him from the world's harm. Later, someone modified this technique to transfer injuries to the opponent. Plup! Zhun Biu spewed another mouthful of blood, despite not attacking. The reason was Feng Hung activated the hail of suffering and self-harm. This tactic allowed him to greatly injure his opponent while also activating the ability of the halo. With more injury and suffering, his strength will increase. Zhun Biu's mind worked at an alarming rate as she analyzed all the information she knew about this technique and how to deal with it. Then, she rushed toward Feng Hung. The monk felt something was wrong, so he did not directly clash with her. Instead, he remained a certain distance from her as he self-harms through the halo of suffering. Zhun Biu used Wood Dao for 2 purposes: healing and entanglement. Each of Feng Hung's self-harm attacks equals a blow from peak 7 leaf strength. Although she had similar battle prowess, her defense and fleshly body were too weak compared to a body refiner. Luckily, Wood Dao is the best healing Dao when pushed to the pinnacle. Then, she summoned a giant tree that filled the surrounding dimension. The tree had one purpose: entangle her enemy and buy her enough time. Ultimate Sharpness Sword Zhun Biu gathered the metal Dao and pushed the sharpness attribute to the limit. She slashes her hand to create an unparalleled moon-shaped sword slash. This sword attack was so powerful and brilliant that it would make most pure swordsmen blush in shame. And the target of this attack was the karmic string connecting her and Feng Hung. And as soon as she cut off the string, Feng Hung could no longer use self-inflicted injuries to wound her. Unfortunately, things did not proceed as smoothly as she expected. As a highly enlightened monk, Feng Hung deeply understood karma and cause and effect. One of his secondary Dao is karma, which he had to use his heart of hope to prevent having to undergo the outlaw trial. Luckily, he only cultivated as a secondary Dao and did not have to pay too deep of a price. So, the moment Zhun Biu cut off the connection, he used his karmic law to generate a backlash that injured her primordial spirit. Zhun Biu's face changed as she sensed the injury in her soul. She activated her Dui realm to confront Feng Hung while also pushing her Wood Dao to the limit. The backlash was more severe than expected, analyzed Feng Hung as he discovered an anomaly. His eyes changed as he checked something. She has no negative karma. However, she seemed to have a low resistance to karma backlash attacks. He evolved the power of yin and yang as he calculated the secrets of heaven and earth, divining something. She owes heaven and earth great karma? Who is this person? Although he was curious, he also knew this was not the time. So, he acted as he went on the offensive. Wrath of Heaven. Feng Hung waved his hand, and the sky above changed. A phantom of a gigantic eye appeared in the sky, gazing directly at Zhun Biu. Heavenly Dao. How is that possible? She thought with some horror. Chapter 820. Feng Hung vs. Zhun Biu. 6. Zhun Biu felt a deep dread rushing into her soul as she believed Heavenly Dao had detected her actions and chose to punish her for her actions. Such a situation was the worst result and something she had dreaded for countless eons. Calm down, she thought, using her willpower to control the fear in her mind. This body is only a clone with all my memories and experience. With the reincarnation clock, the clone's karmic connection with me can be hidden even from Heavenly Dao. And even if I were detected, I would only lose another clone. Emperor Fiveheart completely controlled a chaos treasure, the reincarnation clock. With it, she has participated in countless heaven-will battles and raised her cultivation to 49% Grand Dao Source. Such progress was extremely fast compared to the best geniuses in the upper dimension. Although she had to remain sealed in one place for billions of years, it was better than experiencing the danger in the upper dimension. After calming down, Jin Biu could take time to analyze Feng Heng's attack. With her vast knowledge and experience, she realized the core of this attack, karma backlash. He noticed I had a deep connection with heavenly Tao and owed the latter great karmic debt. So, he used a technique that stimulated karmic backlash from heavenly Tao. Jin Biu sighed. She has participated in countless heaven-will battles in many world communities throughout multiple eras. However, she had never seen a generation so full of unparalleled talent. After the cleanup, her clone awakened all her memories, essentially turning the previous Jin Biu into a clone of 5 hearts. As such, she also took time to learn and assess this generation's heaven chosens. As such, she realized how terrifying this generation was. There were so many people who easily broke the mortal-immortal boundary. Things like Dui Realm, which are so rare, became the bare minimum to be considered a heaven chosen. The 9 Extremity Foundation, which might not appear during an entire era, had more than one person. Emperor Fiveheart usually liked when her clones appeared in a prosperous generation. With her memories, her clones can reach the limit of power, 7 Leaf. However, if everyone in her generation were as weak as chickens, she could not display such a level of strength. Otherwise, Heavenly Tao will immediately notice the anomaly and destroy her clones at all costs. As such, most of her successful clones won using only Quasi-Emperor strength, and only a few generations could she use the power of Immortal Leaf. And this generation is only the 3rd time she could use 7 Leaf strength, and she thought she could easily win like the first time. She was guaranteed to win as long as she was careful and not schemed against like the second time. Unfortunately, this generation was too scary and had too many monsters. No, there were monsters who other monsters feared. After figuring out this fact, Emperor Fiveheart was briefly entangled. She knew this battle could give birth to a pseudo-eternal clone. Fiveheart was nothing but a second-class emperor. As such, she cannot become an eternal emperor using her clones. The heaven will and proving the Tao is the domain directly under Grand Dao's control. Her chaos treasure cannot hide under the latter's nose. However, Grand Dao rewarded her diligence, luck, and ingenuity, allowing her to cast her Dao will, turning her into a pseudo-eternal emperor. As such, Fiveheart hoped to cultivate another pseudo-eternal clone and see if she could benefit. However, after thinking about the anomalies of this generation, she decided she would not have high hope. She will not give up, but she will also not have high expectations for the final outcome. Subsequently, Fiveheart also chose to go after the luck of Taoism to make up for her loss in this battle. Karmic Flame Pillar. Jin Biu created pillars made of flame, containing the power of karma. She used karma to deal with karma. Jin Biu's Sea of Consciousness. Someone had a cube floating above their heads, looking at Jin Biu's primordial spirit. This person was one of Fiveheart's clones that revolted against the main body. She was the one who made a deal with Wang Wei. After so many years, she has no change in the slightest, thought the clone with a sneer. She despised her main body, living in constant fear. After shaking her head, she continued to plan. Feng Heng is a master of the mind, giving him an advantage over her flawed mind. And with his current displayed strength, her chances at winning are low, unless she has some truly powerful hidden trump card. After reincarnation, she had to erase most of her memories from Fiveheart to lessen her cause and effect connection with the latter, meaning she had no idea of her main Bodis trump cards. After losing, her power will be at an all-time low. I can take this opportunity to subdue the second personality and return her to her pure heart state. She did not want to lose such a cultivation talent. The only problem is the main body. She would never allow clones to exist due to our threat. Just like Fiveheart can absorb the clones to increase her cultivation, they can also absorb her and reach the sky with a single step. I hope Wang Wei can keep his word and help me deal with her, she analyzed. She frowned before focusing on a more significant issue. This whole world is watching this battle, and the main Buddhist behavior should have exposed her identity. The clone did not think the five-element balance palace would not notice the main Buddhist anomaly. By now, many people should have guessed something. If possible, I would love to keep my identity as heir. The main body understood better than anyone else the advantage of having a strong background. I could make it look like someone possessed the body, but the pure heart personality was not completely gone and resisted. And with the defeat at Feng Hang's hands, she took the opportunity to resurface. She contemplated the feasibility of this approach. Could work. However, the palace would not trust me as much as they used to, unless my strength reached a certain level or I could bring them benefit. The clone could think of an easy way for her strength to reach such a level, absorb the main body. However, doing so would cut off my path of becoming an eternal emperor. She squinted her eyes. The best outcome is to seal the main body and absorb it later after proving the Tao. However, such a method would require outside help. And I doubt Wang Wei will help me to such an extent. She understood that Wang Wei only needed to cut off her connection with the main body to pay his karmic debt to her. As such, helping her beyond that level would require compensation. Her chaos treasure is not enough since, in our deal, it was already decided it belonged to him. They agreed this treasure belonged to him when she made a deal with him, although not directly stated. As such, she cannot use it as a bargaining chip. Furthermore, there is the issue of strength. If he decides to go back on his words or even use force, there is nothing I can do. The clone knew Wang Wei was not this type of person, so she chose to make a deal with him without any contract or oath as a restraint. She believed in her judgment, so she used this tactic to deepen their relationship and encourage the development of trust. However, people can easily change, especially after acquiring power. With Wang Wei's Tao heart, he should not drastically change after proving the Tao. Regardless, he will still change. She immediately concluded she could not entirely rely on him. So, the best plan is to prove the Tao and become an eternal, then track down the main body and absorb it. This plan sounded simple, but there were too many problems. The first of which is how to prove the Tao. The clone did not want to seal herself for countless eons to wash away her karma. Such a long period is enough for too many variables to occur, including the main body detecting her presence. So, how can I prove the Tao as swiftly as possible? Countless thoughts flashed in her mind. The only way I can think is to ascend to the upper dimension. However, how can I get my hands on the main body if I do that? Ascension would require a Tao ancestor to take a mortal like herself. She cannot rely on the people from the sect since they are all restricted by the faction's chi luck and cannot leave on their own. So, she would need to get the help of a loose cultivator Tao ancestor with the desire to ascend. With careful planning and calculations, I should be able to find someone. The issue is the main body in the lower dimension. Could I force her to ascend using our connection? Chapter 8:21. Feng Hang vs. Zhun Biyu, 7. Feng Hang calmly looked as his opponent dispersed his opponent. His mind was not entirely focused on this battle. He sensed two gazes calmly watching this battle, and he could guess these two's minds. They won't let hide anymore. Has my heaven will battle come to an end? Thought Feng Hang with extreme calmness. Buddhism has three poisons: greed, hatred or aversion, and ignorance. With his deep dharma, he can control his three poisons, especially his greed. Of course, it also helped that his emperor path was not over. Heavenly Tao owed Buddhism great karma for their destruction. So, as long as he uses his heart of hope, adding his merit of reviving Buddhism, Heavenly Tao has to condense another heaven will for him. To be precise, true Heavenly Tao has to do so since the myriad emperor worlds Heavenly Tao has already used too much world source to condense this generation's destiny and heaven will. Although I can no longer continue this battle, there is still a way I can benefit, pondered Feng Hang. The five-element balance place holds some part of the chi luck of Taoism. The palace is the origin of Taoism in the myriad emperor world, So even if the Tai Profound Gate replaced them as the leader of Taoism in the world, they could not strip them of all their qi luck. Zhen Biu is the heir of the place, thus connected to their qi luck. As long as I get my hands on her, I can further strengthen the destiny connection between Buddhism and Taoism. After making a decision, he decided to go all out and end this battle as soon as possible. He did not know what those two were planning. And if he was not careful, the best-case scenario would be to become someone's chess piece, and the worst outcome would be his death. Feng Heng clasped his hands together, and his face full of compassion was replaced by a terrifying serenity. By now, no one would believe he was a peace-loving monk, showing how seriously he was taking things. In this battle, Feng Heng enjoyed using Buddhist spells and techniques. After all, this battlefield was no longer influenced by the absolute beginning magic. However, his Buddhist methods were not his best killing tools. Boom! Zhen Biu suddenly exploded before crashing on the ground like a meteor. Her landing created a crater more than 100 meters deep. What is going on? She could not hide the confusion she felt. She did not see her opponent move, open his mouth, or even sense any law fluctuation. Without any reason or explanation, a potent attack landed on her, and she suffered serious damage. Even her passive damage barely reduced some of the attacking potency. Bang! Another indescribable attack arrived again. Zhen Biu protected herself with a 5-element shield, but it was useless. The left side of her body was missing, and she looked as if some terrifying creature had taken a large bite out of her body. The phantom of a tree appeared behind her, and Zhen Biu's body glowed with green light. In an instant, her body returned to its peak state, leaving only her tattered clothes as proof of her previous predicament. Swish! Zhen Biu's danger sense took control of her body as she moved the side. Her action resulted in something cutting off her left arm, but she avoided being split into two from the middle. What kind of weird attack is this? She used all her experience to calm down and analyze the situation. Unfortunately, her face suddenly changed as she sensed something else. Zhen Biu discovered she could not heal her missing arm. Feng Heng's Dui realm cancelled hers out, preventing her from healing. However, this was not the main issue. She sensed a power that would revert her body to the previously damaged state every time she healed. The law of time? No, that's the law of absolute beginning. Zhen Biu encased her body in a deep black rock. However, this rock was not ordinary. Her technique was a simple condensed rock. However, she pushed it to the extreme. She generated enough earth to create a continent on par with a smaller heavenward world. Then, she condensed all that continent into a rock sphere using unparalleled pressure. The defense of this rock is even greater than the hardest metal armor she previously created. Sadly, it was useless. Feng Heng's next attack removed the side of her head, showing the half-destroyed brain. Luckily, she is a mighty cultivator. Her body was baptized by the law, generating a vitality, unlike any mortal. So, even with a half-destroyed brain, she can still survive for a while. Absolute beginning, she muttered Zhen Biu as her eyes became bright, as she remembered some of the Taoist scriptures she had read. If you revert the world to its absolute beginning, then we will reach the time of nothingness. But nothingness is formless, cannot be seen, detected, and is infinite. She understood the core of this technique. Feng Heng used absolute beginning Tao to control one of nothingness characteristics, formlessness. As such, his attack has no form and cannot be detected. Tao gave birth to one, one gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to myriad things, chanted Zhen Biu. One of the first myriad things between heaven and earth is the 5 elements. When the world changed from formless state to a state of form or shape, the 5 elements were the cornerstone. Zhen Biu used the power of the 5 elements to access the power of form, the antithesis of formless. With this method, her mind entered a state where she could not see her opponent's attack. Furthermore, she also used Feng Heng's absolute beginning power to revert her wood elements to the purest form when heaven and earth were first born. And with this pure, even primordial wood element, she countered Feng Heng's power and healed her injuries. She's a worthy challenger, thought Feng Heng after seeing the brilliant method the enemy used to fight against his attack. After studying the Absolute Beginning Sutra, this technique was one of his greatest masterpieces. It's unfortunate he could not develop this technique to a higher level since that would require him to get involved in the taboo that is nothingness. Feng Heng calmly looked at his opponent as he continued his offense. He no longer used his formless attack since he knew Jin Biu could detect and block it. Absolute End. Feng Heng waved his hand, and the surroundings changed. Everything turned white and black. Immediately afterward, Jin Biu discovered the vitality in her body was rapidly decreasing. I am aging. She felt her lifespan was passing at an alarming rate. In a few seconds, she aged more than 100 years. She generated a 5-element shield around her, but the thing also aged before dispersing. All things must eventually reach their absolute end, she thought. Incarnation of Earth. Jin Biu's body changed as a yellow aura emanated, followed by the earth mark on her forehead. Heaven and earth must eventually come to an end. However, they also have a terribly long lifespan and won't reach their fate after billions of years. With this technique, she embodied the earth itself, thus temporarily granting her a lifespan of billions. I can delay his technique with this method, but it's not enough, thought Jin Biu with a frown. Certain Daos are more powerful than others and give people advantages. And the absolute beginning end Dao that touches on time Dao can overwhelm her 5-element Dao. So, when she meets someone on a similar level as her with such potent Dao, the situation will become difficult. She needs to use her ingenuity to push her Dao beyond normal boundaries. I should not be as passive, thought Jin Biu as she decided to use some of her trump cards. Bang! Their dimension began to tremble as a towering tree manifested behind Jin Biu, shocking Feng Heng and many people watching this battle. A high-level and mature world tree, thought Feng Heng. World tree is one of the few spiritual plants with no grade and is purely based on how much it is developed. Furthermore, high-level world trees are sought after by both mortals and immortals. And that's because it can cultivate insurgents. Immortal venerables wish to fuse with it so their bodies can store an immense quantity of immortal qi. Meanwhile, Dao ancestors want to plant world trees into their inner world to become equal to great emperors. As long as they succeed, the world tree will allow them to use their inner world to control the grand Dao source to the same level as great emperors. Furthermore, world tree is a growable type of resource. As long as the tree continues to develop, it's possible for a person to remain an insurgent after becoming a Dao ruler and Dao monarch. In the upper dimension, most things that make a person an insurgent at Tier 10, Great Emperor, will be useless after reaching Tier 11, Empyrean, let alone Tier 12, Paragon. However, world trees are of the few resources that can accompany a cultivator for all their lives. Danger sense. Feng Heng swallowed countless pills from his space ring before using numerous healing methods to soothe his situation. Regardless, his expression remained paler than paper. After regaining a little bit of strength, he focused on the captured Jin Biu. However, after observing her for a few minutes, he frowned. She's no longer connected to the 5-element balance palace's Qi luck. In a very short time, he understood the situation. Jin Biu's behavior during this battle alerted the leaders of the palace. So, they did not hesitate to remove her status as the sex heir and disconnect her connection with the palace's Qi luck. Will all my effort be in vain? Thought Feng Heng with a deep frown. He knew he could not stay long on this battlefield and accepted this fact. However, he also wanted to benefit, even if only a little. But now it appeared his plan was a failure. Not necessarily, thought Feng Heng as he thought of something. He waved his hand to summon a golden lamp. The lamp released the power of an emperor artifact before sealing the 5 feathers and the seal. Without hesitation, he placed them away. Most people will not easily take another faction's emperor artifact since they are connected to their Qi luck. These luck-connected artifacts are almost unusable. Furthermore, emperor lineages did not care if they lost foreign artifacts but would not hesitate to start an emperor Dao war for their luck-connected artifacts. However, Feng Heng did not care. His Buddhist sect is well hidden and inaccessible to the 5-element palace. Secondly, he can use these artifacts to replace Jin Baiyu's function, accessing the Qi luck of Taoism controlled by the palace. Lastly, he will soon become an eternal emperor using the Heart of Hope. As such, he has no fear of the palace and even hopes they will start an Emperor Dao war. War is the fastest way for any factions to rise and establish themselves. And if necessary, he would use it to declare the return of Buddhism to the world. With him at the helm, Buddhism can easily step on the Tai Profound Gate and the five-element balance palace to establish its supremacy. He knew this plan was certain except for two uncertainties. The first was the reaction of the Taoist faction in the upper dimension and the intervention of whoever proved the Tao in this generation through this battle. Furthermore, the real identity of Jin Biu might be valuable. She knows so many secrets, and I could learn many things from her. His gaze focused on her, preparing to seal her away. However, Feng Heng hadn't reacted when a portal suddenly appeared and swallowed Jin Baiyu's body. Gone? Did any of them take action? He denied this possibility as he did not sense any of their powers. Additionally, his eyes detected an anomaly somewhere deep in Jin Baiyu's sea of consciousness. Sadly, he thought she was incapable of revolting, so he lowered his guard and did not pay too close attention. Now that I think about it, there was a problem when she tried to remove all her fear and flaw. Now that the battle ended, he noticed many previous issues. Alas, he did not have time to ponder this issue. Feng Heng felt one of these two gazes becoming rather impatient. So, he did not hesitate to forfeit this battle, making him finally breathe properly. Somewhere else, Jin Baiyu's old body appeared in a place full of forests. "I'm finally in control," she muttered under her breath. She did not immediately move as she closed her eyes, accessing her sea of consciousness. There was a second primordial spirit, but it was in a poor state, to say the least. Furthermore, there were multiple seals on it to prevent movement or access to power. It will take some time to heal my injuries and process the main Buddhist memories. Jin Baiyu's main objective is to return her pure heart personality to its previous state. Let's heal the injuries first. However, she did not move as she sensed two powerful gazes. One of them was a warning, while the other contained hidden killing intent. "I forfeit," hurriedly said Jin Biu, understanding what steps she needed to take to ensure her survival. So, as soon as she uttered these words, the gazes dissipated, and she sighed in relief. She did not immediately leave since she wanted to heal first. Furthermore, she also wanted to watch the clash between these two monsters. Eastern Quadrant. "It seems things are heading in a positive direction," said Wang Wei with a smile. "It seems you don't need my help anymore," remarked Wu Ming. "That's not necessarily true." Wu Ming knew the latter was being polite. His role in this battle has become a hindrance. At this stage of this battle, Wang Wei will not trust him, even as an ally. So, the best course of action is to leave to prevent any misunderstandings. "Is our agreement still valid?" asked Wu Ming. "Of course," replied Wang Wei. "After the battle, we can negotiate the details." "That's all I wanted to hear." Rho Alpha D Alpha, Wu Amu Ming did not hesitate before leaving the battle, leaving Wang Wei alone with his thoughts. This kid knows how to read the room, thought Wang Wei before observing the entire battlefield. At this stage of the battle, all the top Heaven Chosens were eliminated for one reason or another, leaving only a few people who survived by luck or hid on purpose. Wang Wei had the urge to act and clean up these remaining individuals before going straight to Dtion. However, he did not act on his impulse. He had a plan for this battle. So, although it might look like his generals might be useless, they can give him a slight advantage over Dtion as long as everything proceeds smoothly. Furthermore, he still needs them to clear the traitors for them. "The traitors," muttered Wang Wei, looking at the northern quadrant. "Let's be patient." He closed his eyes to adjust his state. However, he opened them back less than 5 seconds later, gazing intently at the north. Without hesitation, he teleported to the northern quadrant to the location of the traitors. In front of him was a strange black mist that hid his visions and other senses. Wang Wei turned his head to look at someone 1,000 kilometers from him. "Did you sense it? Why do you think I'm here?" replied Dition in his usual cold voice. What exactly do they have that can elicit a danger sense from us? Asked Wang Wei while looking at the mist. However, Dition did not say anything. His eyes focused on the mist. How about we work together to get rid of them? Suggested Dition. Let's clean up the battlefield before our battle. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon Theta M. Why not? Whatever trump cards they have, they must test it on one of us first. And in betting they will choose you first. That's not necessarily true. In their eyes, you are more of a threat than me. So they will definitely attack you first. He investigated these people. And using the information he gathered from the deception trial, he deduced many things. According to his analysis, these people cared more about Wang Wei than him, hence why he made this decision. You might be right, said Wang Wei, but don't forget you assassinated their leader and failed. If he holds any grudge, you might be the first to be attacked. Dition quieted down since that was the truth. He did not fear whatever methods these people had. However, the fact his danger sense activated indicated that they might have a way to injure him. And if he is not in his best state for his battle with Wang Wei, his chances of winning will drastically decrease. Be more decisive, said Wang Wei. These people should have detected our presence. With every second wasted, more variables will appear. As such, he wanted to know Dition's answer to decide how to deal with these people. Very well, replied Dition, who concluded working together was the best choice for the current situation. But what about the issue of trust? We will make a grand Tao oath. I will choose the wording. Fine, replied Wang Wei, who did not want to bargain or argue with him. Time was of the essence. For a moment, Dition became suspicious of why he agreed so swiftly. He knew never to be careless when dealing with a Tao overlord. However, he also knew it was not time to be indecisive. So, he chose the word of his oath carefully and asked Wang Wei to go first. After taking a moment to ensure no issue, Wang Wei made the oath, followed by Dition. Then they focused on the black mist. Any idea? Asked Dition. Let's just use the most direct method, brute force. Fine. And too many people from my Discord have been asking for a team-up between these two. So, here you go. Shock. Damn it, how could they appear here? Said Parasite with an ugly expression. No one answered him as they were also perplexed. Did the weapon awaken their sense of danger sense? Asked Yuzhou. The weapon is an Emperor artifact, naturally containing the power to cancel cause and effect. Unless their strength were closed, they would never sense any danger, explained Designer. They all ruled out this possibility since it was impossible. Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon Theta M, as I said, due to the vast difference in power from the artifact, his intuition would be useless. Plus, if it was his intuition, why did Dition also show up? Could it be the result of their Emperor artifact? Asked Yuzhou. No one answered him as they looked at Designer for an answer. They are connected to their artifact as the leader of their respective factions. However, unless their artifact was a special one related to divination, calculation, or clairvoyance, it should not work. Everyone frowned as this answer was a partial one. They had no way to check whether this was the truth or not. It's not time to ponder these things, said Parasite. The main issue we have to figure out is how to deal with their attacks. This might be a good opportunity, uttered Yuzhou. We don't have to worry about searching for them. Their actions have brought them to our doorsteps. Designer, what do you think? Asked Parasite. I would love to gather more energy for the weapon to ensure we can use a few more attacks. However, the current state is more than enough for our needs. So, what is our strategy? Asked Tong Ruobing. Why do we need a strategy? Just kill them with the spear. Sneered Yuzhou, who remembered the humiliation he suffered during the cleanup. He could not wait to witness Wang Wei's death with his own eyes. The spear needs a certain charging time, explained Designer. We must channel some of its power into the array to prevent any variables. And maybe we can try to trap them with it before striking. Designer suddenly looked at Parasite with sharp eyes. Situation like this will prove Tong Rubing's value. Parasite frowned, not hiding his displeasure. How many times do I have to apologize? This is not the time for infighting, chimed Yuzhou, reminding them of the urgent situation. Designer coldly snorted before looking at someone next to him. Yang Guowei, you're in charge of this node. He then pointed in another direction. Binger, you're in control of this formation's node. Be careful since you will be under the greatest pressure. No problem. Tong Ruobing took her position as designer and assigned each person a node to control the formation. Then the group waited. Outside the black mist, Wang Wei observed the mist, analyzing it. He realized its only purpose was to hide all senses or prying eyes. It's not a formation, he thought as his eyes pierced the veil of truth behind this mist. It seems to be a strange life form. He had never heard of such a creature, so he concluded this fog was something from otherworld communities or something from the upper dimension. Although this method is weird and unknown, its overall power is still weak. Wang Wei then created a black hole that swallowed the black mist before him. Meanwhile, Di Tian waited for him to act as he observed. He squinted his eyes after noticing the latter only displayed peak 5 root strength. So he followed him. He created an illusory world that also absorbed the black mist. With their effort, the fog dispersed in less than 5 minutes. The fog disappeared, revealing what was behind. Wang Wei saw a formation with a spear at the center. Then, he saw the people controlling the array focusing on one person. Tong Ruobing? He asked, squinting his eyes. I guess I should not be surprised. Of all the heaven chosens, Wang Wei always labeled her the most threatened since she was like him, willing to do anything for success. And with her high charisma, it's easy to get people's good grace and use them as pawns. Tong Ruobing did not say anything as she knew her life was at a precipitous moment. If she makes the wrong choice, she will die miserably. Although she has prepared for the worst-case scenario, no one would like to die if they had the chance. Rho Alpha D Alpha Nu Wang Wei did not pay too much attention to Tong Ruobing as he focused on the spear at the array's center. It was the source of his danger sense. An emperor artifact. How could these people create such a thing? Better yet, why did Heavenly Tao allow these people to use this weapon? He immediately answered his question. These spies originated from a higher cultivation civilization, so certain things impossible for people in the lower dimension are not a big deal in the Eternal Ascension world. As for Heavenly Tao's non-responsive behavior to their actions that obviously break the rules, the answer is also obvious. Heavenly Tao raised the power ceiling of this battle because of Wang Wei and Di Tian's 10 Supremacy Foundation. In some ways, Heavenly Tao already decided the final winner would be between our 3 factions, analyzed Wang Wei. Although it seems unfair that the winner was already decided before the battle, Heavenly Tao's actions are the most correct. The moment Di Tian and Wang Wei succeeded in their 10 Supremacy Foundation, the final winner was between them. As for the spies, their existence brought hope to other Heaven Chosens. Heavenly Tao introduces new variables to this battle by allowing them to use this weapon. If the 3 parties manage to injure or defeat each other, the other contestants might have a slight chance of victory. Everything is about balance. Wang Wei summarized Heavenly Tao's core existence with these 4 words. What's the plan? Asked Di Tian through their divine sense communication. He was surprised these spies could create an emperor artifact, threatening his victory in this battle. Regardless, he knew his true opponent was Wang Wei. So, he chose to follow his lead to observe from the back. This tactic would reduce the risk of betrayal and allow him to respond appropriately in case something occurred. It's time to reveal our true strength, replied Wang Wei. He knew Tao Ancestors' strength was not enough to deal with the array, so they must go all out. We will deal with them as swiftly as possible. What about the ownership of the spear? We can decide after we deal with them, replied Wang Wei. Fine. Boom. They released a terrifying aura, pressuring all 5 people behind the formation. Immediately, they felt their bodies, souls, and minds unable to move or think. They even felt the aura suppressing their Tao. Impossible, roared Yuzhou. His unwillingness superseded the pressure the aura left on him. Of course, the spear's sentience played its role and provided some protection. "No, no, no," uttered Designer. "That's impossible. Impossible. Impossible." He lost all the vocabulary he cultivated after living for millions of years and repeated the word impossible like a broken record. It was one thing to create a weapon on par with a great emperor, but acquiring such power while still a mortal was entirely different. Something like that has never happened in the history of the Eternal Ascension world. But now he saw two people who succeeded. His mind could not accept such a thing. No, he refused to accept such a truth. And he was not the only one with this fierce reaction. Tong Ruobing was immobile as she had a blank look. The outside world blurred out as a single thought overwhelmed her mind. How could they be so powerful? Yang Guowei had a similar reaction as her, except less obvious as he closed his eyes to enter meditation to calm down. Parasite felt his Tao heart collapsing after sensing the aura of these people. Luckily, he was chosen for this mission for a reason, so he held on by biting his tongue, using the pain to distract his mind. "They are probably using some kind of secret technique with terrifying side effects," said Parasite to rein the group's mind. Why, you're probably right," stuttered Yuzhou. However, he knew these words were probably false because such a secret technique does not exist in the upper dimension. Even a paragon could not create such a technique. Tong Ruobing did not believe in these words. She has been in contact with the Origin Talisman, so she could sense a similar aura on Di Tian and Wang Wei. What should I do? Her mind was too chaotic to think properly or strategize. So, she activated a purifying mind talisman and used it on her sea of consciousness. However, even with this talisman, her mind could not properly calm down. "What should we do now?" asked Yuzhou. "Designer, do you have any ideas?" asked Parasite, his complexion extremely pale. The world was in turmoil. The arrays used to watch the battle allow the viewers to sense things like aura and even law fluctuation. Heavenly Tao's purpose is to enable people to experience the battle and learn from it. This method is a great way to benefit the entire cultivation civilization. After all, the Heaven Will battle is a confrontation of the pinnacle geniuses of a generation. And what better way to learn than to watch these geniuses display all their abilities in a life-and-death battle? As such, after sensing Di Tian and Wang Wei's aura, the world was turbulent. Countless insurgents who were sleeping or cultivating woke up after learning this news. However, the world decided to wait before making a judgment, as this truth was unacceptable to them. They hoped maybe it was just the aura. Northern Quadrant. Designer was unresponsive to Parasite's words. His mind was lost in an endless void. Parasite yelled a few times with no response, so he shook him in an attempt to wake him up. Alas, his attempt was futile. "La Sik Nan Ma," suddenly chanted Parasite, and a golden light emanated from his mouth before enveloping Designer. Finally, the artifact refiner's eyes regained their light. "Buddhism's mind-purifying mantra," muttered Designer, who regained his spirit. "Thank you. Now is not the time to be distracted. Do you have a plan?" Designer took a deep breath to calm down, his mind rushing faster than ever. "We will use the formation to trap them before using the most powerful blow possible," he said. "Our only hope is to kill them in one fell swoop. Is that even possible? We might have a chance. But what is it? I need your parasite core." Parasite paused briefly. His name was not just a title but also a part of his identity. He is a unique insect race in the Eternal Ascension world that can parasite on people's bodies and souls. He can control anyone with his parasites as long as their strength is not too far from him. His parasite bodies are like his clones. As long as one is alive, Parasite can't die. The parasite core is the essence of Parasite's ability and survival, the reason he can control trillions of people. Words cannot measure its value to his race. "Fine," agreed Parasite without hesitation. He knew times were running out, and succeeding in this mission was more important. So he vomited a small black ball that resembled a bee's net. Designer took the core and used the array to absorb it. Immediately, the core began to emanate a massive amount of energy. And not long after the process started, wailing voices echoed from this core. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, who did not immediately attack after releasing his aura, watched everything calmly. How cruel, he thought calmly. He could see the thing designer used contained the blood, energy, and soul of trillions upon trillions of people. The number of people dying from this core rivaled the population of the entire Myriad Emperor world, if not more. His eyes changed, and he saw the fate and origin of these people. Parasite has his own territory in the upper dimension, and the size is even greater than the Myriad Emperor world. And he planted a parasite on every resident of that territory, controlling them through the core. But now, these people were being used as sacrifices for this formation. "Let's act," said Wang Wei, and he flicked his finger, using a simple flame-based attack. However, it did not matter how rudimentary or ordinary the attack was. Its destructive capabilities reached a terrifying number once powered by his third-class strength. Tian followed suit by using a wind-based attack, using the power of the wind to synchronize and augment Wang Wei's flame spell. Crack! The sound of breaking echoed in this side of the cosmos as cracks appeared on the formation. Luckily for them, the cracks were small and healed in less than a second. "Forget trapping them," said designer with an ugly expression. "Let's use the power of the core to augment the spear's capability." Will that work? Their displayed strength seems only 6% Grand Dao source. With the parasite core, the spear could reach 7 and maybe 8%. "What if they run away?" asked Parasite. "Yuzhou can use the soul tracking mark to ensure they can't evade. The soul race has few numbers, so they are very protective of their people. The soul tracking mark will appear on anyone who dares kill one of their members, allowing them to track them even to the end of the universe." "But," argued Yuzhou, "we don't have time to waste." With each passing second, more cracks appeared on the array. And as soon as the parasite core can no longer provide energy, the formation won't last long. "All right," nodded Yuzhou. "Row Alpha D Alpha and Nu everyone to their position," yelled designer as he controlled the array. He channeled most of the energy from the core to the spear at the center, ready to strike the most powerful blow to these two. Boom! Parasite and the others stared in shock at what just occurred. Their mind was blank as they could not fathom such a thing would happen. "You!" he uttered, unable to describe his current emotions. "Yang Guowei, you dare!" he roared. "Why wouldn't I dare?" replied the heir to the Yang clan, not caring in the slightest that he had just annihilated designer from the face of the universe with an attack. "You dare betray us!" screamed Yuzhou. "You won't get away with this. You and your father." Yang Guowei sneered in response. "My father has always been the kind of person who does everything for power and survival, and I detest this about him." He looked at the two with mockery. "He's the one who joined you, not me." Bang! Two powerful attacks landed for him. However, a rainbow shield surrounded Yang Guowei, protecting him. He ignored these two and turned his head. "This should be enough to fulfill our agreement." "Yes," replied Wang Wei. "Very well," nodded Yang Guowei with a brilliant smile. "Let me give you another meeting gift." He had control of one of the formation nodes, so he destroyed it, creating instability in the formation. Finally, Yang Guowei turned into a rainbow as he penetrated the void and left. Parasite and Yuzhou tried to stop him, but were soon occupied by the significant crack Wang Wei and Tian suddenly created in the formation. "Damn it!" cursed Parasite, who became the array's central controller after designer's sudden death. In this situation, he knew he needed to act swiftly to execute the plan. Otherwise, their mission will fail, and their fate will be worse than death. "Gadu!" Parasite felt a tremor before new runes suddenly appeared in the formation. His face turned uglier than a pig during mating season with no companion. He turned his head to look at Tong Ruobing with red eyes full of killing intent. The petite talisman maker ignored him as she used her knowledge to create a few more flaws in this array, drastically weakening it. Tong Ruobing did not know when Yang Guowei became Wang Wei's pawn, nor did she care at the moment. The only thing on her mind was that she needed to act as fast as humanly possible to ensure she could survive the situation or become public enemy number one. So, as soon as she finished, she activated one of her physical immortal talismans, void-breaking talisman. A light enveloped her, and she disappeared. However, she was not alone as Tong Ruobing forcibly took Yuzhou with her. Parasite felt anger and madness overwhelm his mind. He looked at Wang Wei and Di Tian, his eyes full of hatred, anger, and unwillingness. "Since when did Yang Guowei betray us?" "The cleanup," replied Wang Wei. "He contacted me to make a deal." "Why? Didn't he explain?" "He's not his father." "Is that so?" muttered Parasite, looking at the weakened core. He ignored the terrifying flame rapidly approaching him for a moment, focusing only on the two items before him. Then, a look of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "Die!" he roared. He did not hesitate to sacrifice the remaining core and his own life to activate all the power from the spear. Boom! A terrifying light enveloped heaven and earth. Then, in less than a nanosecond, 99% of all matter, energy, and law in the heaven-will battlefield was annihilated. "Was it a success?" asked Parasite with twinkles in his eyes. He did not care for his battle that had begun to disintegrate. However, his eyes soon became somber and listless. He knew if he had succeeded, he would have been the last one standing. Then, Heavenly Tao would not allow him to die and heal him before lowering the heaven will. So, the mission is a failure, thought Parasite. Maybe it's better that way. Not long after disappearing, a perfectly intact Wang Wei appeared in the exact location. However, he was alone, but he seemed to expect this. At the last minute, he did not directly confront the attack. He knew better when dealing with people pushed into a corner. So, he chose to evade, and Di Tian followed in his footsteps. And now the problem was dealt with, it was time to finish things between them. Worldwide reaction. Emperor Enlightening Academy. All the teachers, the headmaster, the immortals, and the insurgents watched this battle openly and secretly. And when the jet of flame and wind came out of Wang Wei and Di Tian, countless uncontrollable auras leaked out by accident. Words like impossible, unbelievable, and it's not true echoed throughout the entire academy. Although they were prepared, these teachers could not believe what they saw. "We are living through a moment that will forever be ingrained in the annals of history," muttered Headmaster Song Li, who used his willpower to suppress the shock he was currently feeling. "Such an achievement is probably the first throughout the inception of the Myriad Emperor world," commented another teacher. "The Myriad Emperor world? I reckon such a thing has never happened in the lower dimension. Even in the upper dimension, I doubt anyone has the same accomplishment as those two." The room became quiet as these words were probably true. "This is not what we should worry about. The appearance of these two will change the current situation of the world. How should we deal with it?" asked a teacher with white hair and a long white beard. "Don't we have Su Shi?" "Headmaster, how is Su Shi doing?" "According to teacher Qin Ju, she is still in her transition stage," replied Song Li. "Emperors would usually take a few years for their transformation into higher life forms. Although this fact is not absolute, it usually is. True Heavenly Tao designs the process to ensure all emperors across the lower dimension will appear around the same time and prevent them from interfering with other worlds' battles. So, based on the current battle, Song Li predicted Su Shi's transformation would take some time since the martial hegemony world was too close to the Myriad Emperor world. Even if Su Shi returns, will it truly make a difference? Asked a young-looking female teacher. Why not? Those two already have emperor strength while still mortals. How powerful will they become after proving the Tao? The room once again quieted down as she was telling the truth. These teachers were knowledgeable and knew the foundation set in the mortal stage of cultivation would play a significant role after becoming emperor. You don't have to worry. The founder contacted us and told us to be on the good side of whoever proves the Tao in this generation, explained Song Li. And if that does not work, we need to hide the academy until this generation is over. That's a good idea. Tai Profound Gate. The celestial master of the Tai Profound Gate watched the battle. His Taoism realm has reached a high level, allowing him to remain calm and indifferent to most things. Even Feng Heng's betrayal did not elicit too much reaction from him. However, after seeing the attack of these two, his face remained calm, but his heart could not stop racing. He tried many techniques he knew to return his mind to a peaceful state, but all his attempts were futile. He heard a cacophony of sounds resulting from different reactions. However, the celestial master focused only on his mind and thoughts. At least, until someone said something that made everyone silence. The founder was nowhere near this talented, right? The Tai Profound Gate had a hidden pride from one of their deepest secrets, their founder. The absolute beginning emperor was a heaven chosen from the upper dimension. Their pride allowed them to calmly face the Tao opening sect, whose founder was the Tao father of the myriad emperor world. After all, no matter how much Qiyuan accomplished, it cannot compare to the background of their founders. However, two people shattered their pride today, and one originated from the Tao opening sect. This is not the time to care about these things, said the celestial master, an obvious tactic to change the topic. The gate's hidden pride is not something useless. The pride provided the disciples with confidence and a positive aura, which was very effective in their cultivation, battles, and even benefited their luck. So, he did not want this pride to be completely shattered. The celestial master is correct, said another elder. Wang Wei is the era son, and the revival of Buddhism will grant him plenty of luck, destiny, and merit. If Feng Heng contacts him, the situation will worsen. They might already be in contact? Remember that secret faction that helped him escape the gate? Do you think they were his people? Who else? Not necessarily. We have many enemies, so it's normal if they wished Feng Heng to escape only out of spite and desire to see us suffer, argued another elder. You may be right, but my gut tells me it's him. No one answered him as this kind of thing was pointless to argue. What should be our next course of action? No one had an answer for a few seconds. We will contact the upper dimension, said the celestial master. We already tried that and it failed. What makes you think they will respond now? Now, we have information that is valuable to them. You mean those two? Rho Alpha D Alpha and Nu Omevrion's eyes lit up. Yes, the appearance of a mortal with emperor strength is worth reporting. All right, let's do it now to prevent new variables. 5-Element Palace. The rise of two myths, muttered the palace master of the 5-Element Balance Palace. He had regained his position less than a few hours ago. But now he had to deal with this situation. Palace Master, what should we do? We need to accept the rise of Buddhism is as unstoppable as the arrival of this new era, said the Palace Master, his eyes glued to the screen of the formation. He also figured out the relationship between the era sun and Buddhism. Is there really no way? We are not the Tai Profound Gate, full of hatred and enmity with Buddhism, explained the Palace Master. If we can accept their rise, we can use this situation to our advantage. Do you want to facilitate a war between Buddhism and the Tai Profound Gate? Yes. Normally, the newly developed Buddhism has no chance of winning. However, if the era sun intervened, it's another story entirely. If this plan succeeds, we can take this opportunity to return to the central continent. The main problem with this plan is if the era sun is not the final winner, added another elder. True, nodded the palace master. However, if Feng Heng is smart, he should get the D-clan patriarch on his side using merit as bait. So, we only need to secretly facilitate the war between the two. That's a good idea. What about Zhen Biyu? No one said anything, waiting to hear the palace master's decision. We have spent too much time and resources on her to let things go. We must bring her back and deal with whoever possessed her. The pure heart talent cannot be lost like that, let alone one with the 5-element balance physique. The group had just finished their decision when the battle situation changed. Parasite used all the power of the spear, killing everything on the battlefield. Are they dead? Asked someone with hope in their voice. Although these people have just experienced the birth of two mythical characters, no one wanted any of these people to prove the Tao, especially Wang Wei since he's from the Tao opening sect. Their existence is enough to change the political pattern of the myriad emperor world with their overwhelming talent and strength, and no one wanted the Tao opening sect to become even more powerful as it displayed in this generation. Sadly, the hopeful voice soon turned into a deep sigh as Di Tian and Wang Wei showed up on different screens. "Is Zhen Biu dead?" asked an elder. "She's under heavenly Dao's protection, so nothing should happen to her." "Go check her soul jade," said the celestial master. "No need," suddenly said a melodious voice that rang throughout the room, making everyone present more respectful as they knew an ancestor had appeared. "She's appeared, and I'll fetch her." Alpha D Alpha Eta Theta Nu Epsilon. A few minutes later, he received a talisman and left to meet one of the ancestors called Element 1. "What's her situation?" "Someone did possess her, but only using memory infusion," said Element 1, a young woman dressed in all red clothes. "So, can we save her?" "The memory injection method is quite ingenious, but it's not a problem to solve them." The palace master frowned as he always felt things were too simple. "Are you sure she has no problem?" "I and many others checked, so you don't need to worry." "That's good. Ancestor, what do you think of my plan?" "It's good that you can accept the rise of Buddhism," said Element 1. "However, you must understand you're trying to scheme against an eternal emperor and not a common one. One wrong move and you'll pay the consequences. So, should we just give up?" The palace master was unwilling. "Don't forget the Era Sun is a Tao overlord." The palace master's face changed as he remembered the sect's record on Tao overlords. "I understand. You don't need to do anything. Feng Heng is an ambitious person. He might start a war with the Tai Profound Gate even without your interference. Furthermore, the Era Sun seems to have a grand plan based on how he acted during the Human and Demon Preservation Array meeting. If he is the final winner, we must wait for him to move before making any decision." Worldwide reaction. 2. "What about our artifacts?" asked the palace master. Element 1 was momentarily quiet. "I tracked the imprint from them, and they are deep into the Western Pure Land." The palace master groaned. "If that's the case, we might never be able to take them back." "Feng Heng's goal is easy to guess," uttered Element 1. "He wants to use the item to access Taoism's luck. As long as we prevent this from happening, the artifacts will soon become useless in his hand. By then, we can pay the necessary price to get them back. And if that doesn't work, we will offer a deal with the final winner to recover them. And if that does not work, we will start an Emperor Tao war with the new Buddhist sect. No emperor lineage can allow their Qi luck artifact to flow out, especially when they lost 2 of them. As such, the 5-element balance palace will do whatever is necessary to deal with Feng Heng and his Buddhist sect." D-Clan. Di Tsong watched the screen before him, clenching his hands so hard that the power of law fluctuated in the surroundings. He had complete and utter faith in his son, believing nothing and no one between heaven and earth could prevent him from proving the Tao in this generation. His confidence reached an all-time high after learning about how Di Tian had third-class strength. So, when his son told him Wang Wei was still a competitor to be wary of, he did not take it seriously. He thought his son was just being careful, which made him appreciate the latter more, as this showed he did not let his newfound strength get to his head. But now, as he watched Wang Wei display the most basic fire spell and feel its might on par with his son's wind spell, his heart was in turmoil. All his confidence shattered as he was overwhelmed by too many complicated thoughts. "Old Patriarch, there is no need to worry," said one of the clan elders who knew about Di Tian's strength. "The Patriarch still has a higher chance of winning. Remember what happened when the Patriarch reached such a state? There were heavenly auspicious signs. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had divine punishment." The elder rushed his brain, putting many things together to reassure the old Patriarch and the other people of the clan. "Yes, the great elder is right. Old Patriarch, there is no need to worry," reassured another elder. "You don't understand. said Dizong, his face calm, but his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Wang Wei is the son of Era, meaning he has fate, destiny, and luck on his side. With the same starting line and strength, his advantage will manifest. The elders knew he was correct, and before revealing their strength, most people who knew of Dition's real strength did not believe in him to be the final winner because of his lack of destiny. If the patriarch had an overwhelming advantage in power, then he could easily ignore Wang Wei's destiny as the son of Era. Unfortunately, the playing field has been leveled, and the slightest difference might give one person an advantage over the other. Old Patriarch, what can we do? Dition was aware of this, so he should be prepared. The only thing we can do is wait. Heaven will battlefield. Fire layer. Feng Heng did not leave after forfeiting. He wanted to watch the battle between them. So, he watched how Dition and Wang Wei dealt with the fog, released their aura, and used the Emperor tier attack. Amitba, chanted Feng Heng repeatedly in his mind, trying to calm down. After a few seconds, he barely managed to regain his bearing. It is the greatest misfortune of any heaven chosen to live in the same generation as those two. He sighed deeply before choosing to leave. He felt his Tao heart might be affected if he stayed any longer in this place. Furthermore, his intuition warned him of great danger. So, he asked Heavenly Tao to send him out. And to his delay, he appeared before the entrance of the Western Pure Land. Without hesitation, he headed into the inner core. He needed to meditate and calm down before using the Heart of Hope. His current state was not the best to prove the Tao. Ancient Clan. A meeting occurred amongst a few of the insurgent of the Ancient Clan. To be precise, the clans who knew about the actual plan of the Ancient Clan. Why is it always the Wang Clan? Roared one of the members, his voice containing unwillingness. Rho Alpha D Alpha N Nu I told you when suppressing the luck of their clan, it might be transferred to the other branch. The Wang Ancient Clan had 3 great emperors since the Null Era, but 2 mysteriously disappeared. Many members believed they died due to the bloodline imprint, but only the members of this meeting knew it was them who acted and killed these 2. And the reason was to suppress the luck of the Wang clan. All their families were ancestors of one thing or another. However, the Wang clan was the ancestor of acquired lives cultivation system in the Myriad Emperor world. Such luck and destiny were enough for their family to become too powerful even after the split of bloodlines. So, this group suppressed them. It doesn't make sense to be transferred since Chiyuan separated them, argued the previous voice. There is no point in arguing, said a female voice. We are here to discuss our next course of action. I say we sealed ourselves. We avoid this generation and wait for him to leave. That's not a bad idea. No matter how powerful the upcoming emperor is, he cannot stay in the lower dimension for too long. We can hide and wait until it's the right time. I disagreed, said the Hua clan ancestor. Oh, any reason? Sealing ourselves will make ourselves more suspicious, she argued. We know the Wang clan emperor will change the environment, and since the world thinks that's our objective, we should be more active. Alpha D Alpha. Eta Theta Nu Epsilon, Theta M. No, she has a point. We need to appear as normal as possible. Otherwise, with the intelligence and cunningness of the Wang clan emperor, he will figure out our plan. I agree. We need to be secretly low-key while publicly acting as if we wanted the revival of the innate demon gods. How about we try to exile him to the upper dimension? Everyone looked at the person who spoke and sneered after seeing it was the elder who had hatred for the Wang clan. Elder Duan, don't bring your bias into this discussion. We need to make decisions that benefit the entire ancient clan. And my idea is one, argued Elder Duan. If we exile the Wang clan emperor to the upper dimension, we don't have to worry about anything nor need to seal ourselves. The last time these people exiled the heaven-devouring emperor, they needed Heavenly Da's help and still lost countless immortals and insurgents. We also lost a few people. After thinking about the past, many people secretly gritted their teeth. The other factions forced their ancient clan to send people to participate. The Wang clan emperor has emperor strength while immortal. Can you fathom how powerful he will be after proving Tao? What makes you think we can exile such an entity? Not to mention, Heavenly Tao chose to help because the heaven-devouring empire was actively hurting the world. Do you think a chosen-era son would do such a thing? Many of the elders admonished Elder Duan for suggesting something so asinine, making the latter's face become red in embarrassment and anger. All right, let's change the topic. If anyone agrees with Elder Hua's suggestion, cast your vote. Most people voted in favor of this decision, and only a few voted to completely seal themselves and hide. Meanwhile, Elder Duan abstained from his vote. What about Huanger? How do we deal with her? Let's not say anything until she becomes a 6-star Primarch, suggested Elder Hua. We don't want this news to affect her mind or Tao heart. After reaching such a height and transitioning her life form, she might better accept this information. Sigh, it's really a curse to live in the same generation as those two. True, such talent did not happen even at the height of the war. During the Acquired Innate War, each side fought for destiny. And when Acquired Life was approaching victory, the destiny of Acquired Life was at an all-time high, giving birth to countless talents. But, even then, no such talent as heaven-defying as Di Tian and Wang Wei showed up. The Wang clan will begin their third era in this world, and this time, it might be even more glorious than the previous two combined, said Elder Duan with a sneer as he gazed at the other clans. His words made everyone quiet and even awakened some thoughts deep in some people's minds. Worldwide Reaction, Finale. Unedited chapter. Wang Wei and Di Tian's power reveal had far more consequences than the two could imagine, affecting every faction, race, and religion of the entire Myriad Emperor world. The Sea race had a meeting with the top lineage. During this generation, the Tao opening sect began to intervene in the resources in the sea. And if their sect master proves the Tao in this generation, the situation will definitely worsen. So they had a meeting to see if they had countermeasures. In the end, they used their final trump card, a sealed immortal sovereign. However, despite this decision, they were worried because of the potential displayed by Wang Wei in this battle. The Yin Moon Palace was quiet as they regretted how their heaven-chosen, Su Yan, ended. If she remained in this generation, there would be a chance to also shine on the battlefield. Additionally, they also worried about Su Ya's future. They don't know she will react in the future after learning of this news. With her talent and destiny from this glorious generation, breaking the boundary between mortal and immortal should not be a problem. They would lose tremendously if such news affected her Tao heart. The loose Immortal Alliance was more worried about the changes to the environment Wang Wei talked about with Hua Fenghuang. Such drastic changes to the environment will lead to a redistribution of resources. And if they do not do something, the emperor lineages, emperor clans, and emperor races will occupy all the resources, leaving only grumps for the loose cultivators. So, they began planning how to get a piece of the cake in the future distribution. The Origin Weapon Mountain discussed the possibility of getting Chun Chin back. After all, he is a top heaven chosen that performed brilliantly in this generation. Although his appearance and personality change after using a forbidden technique, the mountain still has many ways to help him. Furthermore, as long as Chun Chin proves the Tao, he can fix his problem. Sadly, with the talent Wang Wei displayed and the strength of the Tao opening sect, they knew this was very unlikely to get him back. Regardless, they were willing to try. The Great Talisman City was discussing Tong Rubing's current predicament. They feared either of the final winners would blame her for allying with these traitors. Although Tong Ruobing now has plausible deniability with her betrayal and capture of Yu Zhou, this would change nothing if these two future Eternal Supremes chose to blame her. As such, they prepared to use Yu Zhou as a bargaining chip. Then, they also tried to contact the Star Beast world to learn whether Mu Lei proved the Tao and became an Eternal Emperor. With his support, things might proceed smoother. The Origin Rune Palace had mixed reaction. Wu Ming's faction or his family cheered as their patriarch allied and had an agreement with someone with such potential. Meanwhile, the other factions feared Wu Ming's rise in this generation. They did not want to lose their power and resources, but it appeared they might not have a chance. Lu Cheng, this generation sect master of the Origin Pill Dao sect, intensified his fear toward Wang Wei after seeing the latter's strength. If not for his wife's comfort, he might have developed heart demon. Simultaneously, he also began to relent on his headstrong opinion of not involving Wang Wei with the proving Dao pill. Meanwhile, his master Yi Lao was rejoicing in his decision to secretly ally with the Dao opening sect. He previously had reservations about dealing with such a powerful sect, so he kept their alliance a secret. But now, he began to discuss with the elders to intensify the alliance and make it public. The Heaven Mystery Pavilion lived in fear as they offended Wang Wei by giving his information to Di Tian, making him suffer. Although they removed their animosity during the Supreme Outlaw trial, their action only allowed them to have a neutral relationship with Wang Wei and the Dao opening sect. As such, they did not know how the latter would react, whether he would still hold a grudge. The pavilion is only an immortal lineage and cannot afford the tossing of these big wits. The Soul race immediately declared to the world that Yu Zhou was a traitor to their race and had been kicked out. They had no relationship with him and severed ties with him long ago. Then, they closed their race and chose not to appear for a few generations. Although they knew this approach would be useless if Wang Wei or Di Tian wished to take revenge, it was necessary to make their stand public and increase the chances of their race surviving. The Worshipping Dao Academy had a brief alliance with the Dao opening sect to deal with the Emperor Enlightening Academy, after Bai Li changed the rules and cheated to deal with Wang Wei and Li Jun. The Dao opening sect even placed their Emperor scripture at outrageous prices in the academy to draw more loose cultivators and weaken the Emperor Enlightening Academy. This alliance was brief and temporary. But now, the upper echelons began discussing whether they needed a real and permanent alliance. The Eternal Dream sect has always been the Dao opening sect's most trusted allies. They supported each other for most things. However, in recent generations, this bond has not been as powerful as in the past. So, they decided to change this fact in this generation. Western Continent, a Devil lineage meeting. Countless representatives of Devil Emperor lineage appeared before each other using a formation. Patriarch Mo, why did you call us? Rho Alpha D Alpha S N Nu I'm calling to discuss how to deal with our crisis. Crisis? What crisis? There is no need to play stupid, replied the patriarch of the Mo clan. If the D clan has an eternal emperor in this generation, he will definitely clean the Western Continent to increase their family's control of the Western Continent. But he might not win, argued someone else. And if he doesn't, the situation will be worse, replied Patriarch Mo. You saw how Wang Wei acted after he was influenced by Heart Demon. He saw us as the only things to vent his anger or gather merit. Furthermore, you should all know that our ancestor had the destiny to create a new era by culling the development of devil cultivators in the West. However, something went wrong, but this also meant his mission was not accomplished. Do you think this era's son will miss this opportunity to gather merit, luck, and destiny? The meeting became quiet as no one spoke. They knew Patriarch Mo was correct. In the past few eras, the devil cultivators have done too much. They allowed foreigners to intervene in the development of the Myriad Emperor world, which essentially meant they were traitors. Many factions were secretly influenced, controlled, or sponsored by the ancient clan, doing many shady things for them. They have done too much, and it's about time to pay for their actions. In other words, they were about to suffer a terrible karma backlash from heaven and earth. If they don't do something, their reign over the Western Continent might come to an end. No, even worse, the devil cultivators might reach the weakest period during the entire history of the Myriad Emperor world. What do you expect us to do? Asked one of the leaders. If your ancestor had succeeded in reviving, our situation might improve. But now we don't have much of a choice. I have two solutions to our problem, said Patriarch Mo. The first is one to pull our resources together to cultivate an immortal sovereign in the shortest time possible. That's a good idea and all, but who will be that person? They were devil cultivators, pursuing power and strength at all costs. So, how could they use their resources to cultivate an immortal sovereign for a foreign competitor? We will have a competition to decide who is chosen. Plus, the chosen individual will sign the most restrictive contract and oath that they will no longer belong to one faction but serve as a protector for the entire devil lineage. No one said anything. This method was the most ideal, but most people wanted to use this opportunity to increase the strength of their factions. I know how you feel, but we are facing our eradication, continued Patriarch Mo. So, it's best to control your desires and consider your safety first. We can continue talking about this method. What is your other idea? We need to buy time while we cultivate the immortal sovereign. Alpha D Alpha Theta Theta Nu Epsilon Theta M. That might work. Even the D clan will be powerless if we all work together. Although this method is good, it's too expensive. Although this method is a good idea, but the D clan will always be a major flaw in such a large-scale formation. For an eternal emperor, this flaw is more than enough. So, what are you suggesting? Since we are back into a corner, we act dangerously. Patriarch Mo sneered. You want to introduce foreign factions and emperors into this world. Li Jun versus Di Jiang. Li Jun looked at the beautiful woman before him, clad in black armor. If he could use a word to describe her, it would be heroic. She did not release any aura, but she had a commanding presence. Any man, woman, or race with a weaker mind cannot stay too long in her presence, let alone look her in the eyes. She was the embodiment of follow me and prosper, oppose me and perish. Such a beautiful woman full of charm and charisma. What a shame. Only Li Jun knew whether he was referring to the fact they were on opposite sides and had to kill each other, or that he no longer had the chance to court her. Or maybe both. I have never slaughtered a tyrant before, said Li Jun calmly, with his proving Tao artifact transformed into a spear resting on his shoulder and his golden armor. But I have suppressed countless generals, replied Di Jiang, her eyes not containing a single ripple. Is that so? Replied Li Jun nonchalantly. I've been wondering something ever since I saw you. Someone with your Tao and displayed personality. There is no way you would be willing to serve under Di Tian. So why did you do it? How is that any of your business? Did he force you? I bet he forced you. You talk too much, said Di Jiang, before turning into a blur and appearing before Li Jun. Boom. Her fist compressed the surrounding space-time into a singularity before exploding. However, Di Jiang was not happy as she gazed to her side, where the perfectly intact Li Jun calmly looked at her with a smile. How about you join our side? Continued Li Jun. I'm sure a woman such as yourself bears a grudge. Why don't you betray him as payback for what he did to you? Are you done? Asked Di Jiang with an indifferent voice. Did I tell any lies? With his personality, I'm pretty sure he humiliated you in the process of subduing you. So why not take this opportunity to take your revenge? Your mind games are useless, said Di Jiang. Even if we had any problems, it's nothing compared to the clan's prosperity. Clan prosperity? In front of immortality, eternity, escaping the shackles of death, and standing above all myriad races and beings, what are clan values? Countered Li Jun with a sneer. Brothers and sisters, fathers and sons, mothers and sons, all have betrayed each other for the throne. But you're talking about clan prosperity. He did not hide the mockery in his face or eyes. Furthermore, do you think that ruthless monster will care about the D clan's prosperity? Ha ha ha, that's the biggest joke I've heard in my million years as a cultivator. Enough! Roared Di Jiang as she slapped her hands together, generating two suppressing forces similar to gravity that tried to squash Li Jun into meat sauce. However, Li Jun smoothly waved his spear in a semicircle motion, breaking Di Jiang's power. Did I step into a nerve? He asked with the brilliant smile he used to charm many of the female disciples of the sect. However, to his opponent, this smile was outright disgusting. However, I am only telling the truth, continued Li Jun. Look at you. You're a proud heaven-chosen who had to seal herself for one reason or another. You probably planned to wake up at the appropriate time, prove the Tao and become a being that reigns supreme above heaven and earth. However, your clan discarded your request and personal wishes and woke you up to become a general to someone else. They did not care about the fact they ruined millions of years of your effort, forcing you to have to resuffer again. Panda's novel Comedy Jiang had fierce eyes as she released a suppressing potent enough to do catastrophic damage to a great thousand world. Crack. Li Jun's passive response to only create a red shield to protect him did not last long as cracks appeared all over the shield. Luckily, the shield barely managed to defend against this technique, but he also needed to reinforce it constantly. I heard the sealing process is excruciating, continued Li Jun with a tone that made people wish they would destroy his handsome face. I heard the endless loneliness is strong enough to destroy the hardest of wills, to shatter the most robust Tao heart, and render the most flawless state of mind useless. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel. Most people give up halfway before washing away their karma, giving up on their emperor path. However, you're one of the few who succeeded. And yet, everything was in vain. All your hard work and suffering for nothing. Di Jiang's overbearing aura trembled slightly. She increased the suppression her technique was releasing. Immediately, Li Jun controlled all the molecules in his body to generate a terrifying vibrating force that countered her suppressing force. You're telling me, after enduring such grievance and maltreatment, you have no hatred, resentment, or complaints in your heart. You must be a saint or Buddha. No, even the most righteous saint or enlightened Buddha would not experience such a thing and remain intact. Is this all you amount to? Running your mouth? Asked Di Jiang with slightly red eyes. I just want us to have a heart-to-heart conversation before our match, said Li Jun, his smile never diminishing. Plus, I am a pacifist at my core. It would be best if I could prevent this battle. Di Jiang took a deep breath before closing her eyes. Numerous uncontrollable thoughts flashed in her mind, almost overwhelming her spirit. However, a face with black and white hair and indifferent eyes appeared in her mind. She immediately shivered before using all her strength and willpower to suppress these thoughts and negative emotions. She opened her eyes, her pupil calm like an untouched lake. At least it appeared as such. You want to have a heart-to-heart? Then let's talk about you, said Di Jiang, gazing directly into her opponent's eyes. You have spent your entire life in someone's shadow, overwhelmed by their brilliance and excellence. Soon, that person will become a higher entity with your help, and what will you get in return? Probably a grand Tao source seed as a consolation prize. He will then go on to become the brightest star in this world while you'll probably be stuck in this place, protecting his sect and family while your cultivation moves slower than a turtle. Your talent is no worse than any of this generation's most brilliant heaven-chosen. So why do you want to be someone else's guard dog? Why not forge your own path and shine your own light? Even if you don't succeed in the end, it's better than being a lapdog. Li Jun looked at her, shocked she would say something like this. As such, he could not react for a few seconds before his laughter echoed between heaven and earth. What's so funny? Asked Di Jiang, her voice not hiding her anger. Li Jun did not answer and only shook his head. His future was bright as he was destined to prove the Tao in this generation. So, her analysis was fundamentally wrong. Furthermore, how can such nonsense words break the bond he has with his big brother? The bond they created since childhood. Can I tell you a secret? Asked Li Jun. Then, he answered before she said anything. When we were 6, a bunch of kids wanted revenge against me and secretly placed a pill in my drink. Luckily for me, my big brother visited me that day and was the one who drank it. So, while we were playing around the forest, the pill took effect. And let's just say it cleansed his stomach. The pill acted fast, so he did not have time to run home and had to use the forest. I remember that day very much because of the terrible smell of that lingered like a resentful ghost. Ha ha ha. The situation then turned for the worse when a maid discovered our location, and I was forced to take the blame. That bastard, he tricked me into admitting it was my fault, talking about the reputation of the future sect master. Li Jun had a smile along with a look of reminiscence. Oh, how young and carefree we were. He then focused on Di Jiang. Do you know why I'm telling you this? She did not understand. Our bond is not something you could possibly fathom. When I started my cultivation journey, I made an oath that my spear would eliminate all obstacles to his emperor's path. And I can tell you, even if he did not walk on this path, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life for him. And I know for a fact he would do the same. So, please do not insult our bond with your words. As soon as Li Jun finished these words, a bright, upright, and intense aura emanated from his body. His spirit had reached the ultimate state of readiness for this battle. Li Jun vs. Di Jiang 3. Heavenly fire thunder meteor. Millions of meteors, composed of fire and lightning elements, fell on Li Jun with the intention of annihilating him. He calmly watched this extinction-level disaster descend upon him, and all Li Jun cared for was analyzing his opponent. He felt his body was inside a quagmire, making it impossible to move. Di Jiang's technique was the ultimate version of a domain, and even though Li Jun had a passive domain surrounding him, he found himself restricted on all sides. Boom! He stabbed his spear and instantly vaporized all the meteors. However, his attempt seemed futile as Di Jiang used an even fiercer spell, Frowny Face Elemental Calamity. In an instant, Li Jun found himself surrounded by the devastating power of the elementals. On his right were volcanoes hot enough to incinerate a body refiner of his caliber. On his left were massive wind tornadoes capable of shredding galaxies to shreds. Above his head was a massive tsunami, with each drop of water the size of a star. Below him was a pool of thunder so dense that it was liquefied. And those elements were only the first layer of attack. Awaiting Li Jun beyond them were millions of enormous yellow weapons, an imposing forest that was alive and desired to kill him, planets condensed by massive quantities of earth debris, and finally, two fields composed of light and darkness intertwining, forming a yin and yang grinding area. By enslaving heaven and earth, she has absolute control of the laws and can push their boundaries of power. She can even be considered a pseudo-heavenly Tao. What a potent technique. Element-killing Li Jun twirled his spear, releasing a terrifying power that could kill all matter, energy, and even concept, and he chose the elements. So, one by one, the power of fire, earth, water, metal, wood, light, darkness, wind, and thunder ceased to exist as they were killed. My tyrant ultimate domain has little to no effect on him. Does he have such deep control of his Tao? Thought Di Jiang, who knew the weakness of her technique. Destruction energy wave. A dark purple energy wave emanated from her body, traveling at an incomprehensible speed toward Li Jun. The latter responded by stabbing the wave. No, something is wrong. Li Jun reacted swiftly as his senses detected an anomaly the exact moment the tip of his spears touched the wave. Whish! Li Jun disintegrated as if he had never existed between heaven and earth. His body, soul, and Tao were destroyed in an instant. What a terrifying battle instinct, thought Di Jiang, who knew his opponent was not dead, as he used a blood substitute at the last minute. To be precise, in less than a nanosecond, the tip of his spear touched the wave. He detected he could not block the attack and took countermeasures to survive. And as expected, Li Jun's perfectly intact body reappeared after less than a second after his supposed death. An interesting use of destruction Tao, he analyzed. Di Jiang's technique has its limits, one of which is when using certain outlaw laws like destruction, she has to use low resonance to use their powers. He used his killing Tao to destroy the wave. However, upon coming into contact with it, he realized this technique was more complicated and unique than he originally concluded. Di Jiang fused all the elements, fire, water, earth, wind, etc., focusing on the destructive aspect. With this method, she created a pseudo-destruction power derived from the elements before supplementing them with destruction law through resonance. However, Li Jun's spear only targeted the concept of destruction but failed because of the elemental nature of the wave. As such, his attack only weakened the attacking potency of the wave by a slight margin. and he needed to defend himself from most of its power. His Tao is refined and can target and render all my laws useless, analyzed Di Jiang. Such an opponent was the nemesis of her domain. Her mind worked at an alarming speed. There is only one way to deal with such an opponent: Power Tao. Power Tao is the law that breaks 10,000 laws. That is the essence of the Power Tao: break everything in its path with sheer force. Di Jiang knew she was physically weaker than Li Ju, so she had another method. With her control of heaven and earth, she controlled the power law to drastically increase her physical prowess. Fist of Power. I think you should take a look at Panda's novel. Kamshi clenched her fist and punched forward. Boom! The entire central quadrant shook due to sheer physical force. That power almost reached the level of infant fiend god force, thought Li Jun with squinted eyes. He knew he could not clash head-on with her, so he evaded her fist. Unfortunately for him, physical prowess also equated to speed. Di Jiang used the Power Tao to bless her legs. So, with quadrillion upon quadrillion of force, she catapulted herself forward, reaching a speed that cannot be processed by the mortal mind. Boom! Panda's novel. Calmly Jun flew thousands of light years away before stopping, blood dripping from his nose, mouth and ears. He would have died in that attack if he did not redirect most of the force. But even so, his internal organs and bones were heavily damaged. Do you realm? And it's level 9 like me, analyzed Li Jun. Luckily, it does not seem unique, and her application is subpar. Over the years, Li Jun discovered he lacked the talent for the Dui realm. Most geniuses had things they excelled at, and only a few, like Wang Wei and Wu Hong, were perfect cultivation geniuses that were good at anything they tried. Li Jun had accepted this fact since he knew his talent. Battle. He could say with the utmost confidence that his battle instinct was the best in this generation, and his big brother would agree with him. However, despite his lack of talent for the Dui realm, he still reached the 9th stage. And that's because he used a simple and effective method: practice. He spent years practicing and learning from Wang Wei, who learned from Wu Hong. As a result, he achieved the 9th stage of the Dui realm, with the only downside is his Dui realm was not special like those people who made more than one of their cultivation realms unique. After a few tries, he effortlessly removed the influence of her realm and tried to heal his injury. But of course, Di Jiang was not about to give such time. She rushed forward and punched for the second time. Learning from her mistake, she concentrated the force behind her attack to prevent her opponent from redirecting it. However, something different happened as her fist landed. Li Jun exploded into a colossal river of blood and trapped Di Jiang in a blood prison. Such a technique could not restrict her, given her current strength. However, Li Jun only wanted to buy himself some time. Another body appeared not far from her. So, when Di Jiang escaped her prison, she only saw Li Jun stabbed in the void. Then, everything turned black and white for a brief moment before returning to normal. What did he do? She did not have to wait long to get the answer. Killing myriad laws, she commented with great shock as she sensed her technique was broken. No, it was rendered useless. With one spear, Li Jun destroyed all the laws in the central quadrant and surrounding areas. With the destruction of the laws or the fundamental rules of the battlefield, water no longer boiled at 100 degrees Celsius or froze at 0 degrees. The speed of light was 299,792, 458 meters per second. The laws of thermodynamics ceased to exist. No spiritual chi existed between heaven and earth. The concept of creation and rebirth ceased to work, and even fate's control of the area stopped functioning. Di Jiang could no longer control the laws of heaven and earth, and low resonance was now impossible to be used on this battlefield. And Li Jun did not stop after using that attack. He took the opportunity to completely heal and also take advantage of the fact his opponent's powers had stopped working and did not fully transition to using a new technique. He gathered the power of death on his spear and threw it with unparalleled force. Boom! Di Jiang released her suppressing force to delay the advancement of the spear. Unfortunately, the death chi gathered on the spear brought death to anything on its path. So, the best result she accomplished was reducing the power behind the spear by a few %. Crack! The sound of something breaking echoed in the void as cracks appeared in her immortal tier armor. Alas, she did not care as she succeeded in protecting herself, at least it appeared so. No, this was a trap, a distraction. Li Jun vs. Di Jiaying v. Suppressing Emperor Momentum, another name sometimes used for aura, can be used in various ways. And Di Jiaying created a method or technique based on it that is unique to her. Throughout history, no mortals could be said to have defeated an emperor, no matter the circumstances. After all, although Emperor Three Leaf sealed his power to be the same before he proved the Tao, it did not change the fact he was a higher being. He had seen the higher existence of the law or Tao. Even with the same strength as his past, his understanding and control of Tao were the same. But even then, he still lost to Di Jiaying. Her victory against such an existence gave her unparalleled pride, confidence, luck, and destiny. Why did Di Tian choose someone with a tyrant or overlord Tao as his general? Why not choose someone with a war or more military-based Tao? Or just someone extremely powerful and talented? Everything in the universe is connected in one way or another. Di Jiaying's victory a million years ago gave her the destiny necessary to become a heaven chosen that broke the boundary between mortal and immortal. As such, although it seems she wasted all her effort, it was not the case. Di Tian waking her up was a fortunate encounter manifested due to her increased luck and destiny after defeating Emperor Three Leaf. Now, Di Jiaying had the Tao foundation of an eternal emperor, even an eternal supreme. As long as she can wash away her karma and prove the Tao, she's guaranteed a bright future ahead of her. Luck and destiny were among the many benefits she received after that victory. Many cultivators try to walk the path of invincibility, and the talented ones can acquire a terrifying aura that can help in battle. And it was the same for Di Jiaying. The essence of her tyrant Tao is that she is above all living things in heaven and earth, suppressing them with her supreme might. And by defeating or suppressing a great emperor, she acquired an aura on par, if not greater, than the aura of invincibility. So, after activating the aura, she released a terrifying suppressing power to the surroundings. Anyone near her felt like they had the gravity of more than 1 trillion supermassive black holes bearing on them. But this was not over. A blood-red bead came out of nowhere and floated above her. Tao Rhyme emanated from the bead before entering Di Jiaying's sea of consciousness, drastically increasing her aura. This bead is not one of the Di clan's emperor artifact, analyzed Li Jun as he felt the potent force bearing on him on all sides. If not for his steel-like will, his mind would also probably be suppressed. More importantly, I wonder whether this is her last trump card? He swiftly contemplated. The power displayed by this technique had already reached the peak of 8 Leaf. No, I don't sense any desperation from her yet. She must have something else in her sleeve. With this analysis, he decided what tactic to use to deal with his opponent. Then, a mysterious wave emanated from his body, reducing much of the suppressing power bothering him. Even my eye of killing doesn't work? Wang Wei once created an eye technique based on an anime from his past he called the Eye of Death, that allowed him to see death lines on his opponent's body. And by attacking these lines, he can kill them. Li Jun was intrigued and created his version of the Eye of Killing. Sadly, the technique did not have the desired outcome. When meeting an opponent of equal power, attacking the lines will only increase the damage taken but not directly kill the opponent, unless very specific lines are attacked. As such, the two turned the technique to work similarly to the yin-yang eyes, where they can see lines on most techniques similar to flaws and attack these lines to destroy or weaken them. Suppressing hand, Di Jiaying waved her hand to focus all the suppression aura she released into one spot to increase its potency. And that spot was Li Jun's location. Luckily, the latter reacted quickly and instantly moved out of the way. Di Jiaying did not give up and attempted several times to suppress her enemy. "What a slippery little cockroach," sneered Di Jiaying as she gazed at him in the distance. "I thought you were somewhat capable, given all your grand talk at the beginning of the battle." Li Jun could tell the latter was trying to rile him up. Unfortunately, someone trained him to be resistant to these kinds of taunts, and that someone is his big brother. Li Jun and Wang Wei are the two people with the most battle experience of this generation, even above old-timers like Di Tian and Feng Heng. And the reason is their dream battle technique. I think you should take a look at every single day since the creation of this technique. They divided their mind in two, and one part was always in a dream state battling different opponents. The dream allowed them to simulate other opponents based on either knowledge of them or directly designing the capability of their opponent. Li Jun often fought with Wang Wei in that dream as his training. And one of these training was how to analyze the emotional state of the enemy and use words to affect their mind and spirit. And Li Jun has heard some of the vilest things from a human mouth that almost drove him crazy. In one of their simulations, he lost a battle without Wang Wei landing a single attack on him. The latter said so many terrible things that his anger reached a point that his soul burned itself. To Li Jun, his big brother's mouth is one of the greatest weapons between heaven and earth. Luckily, he still has some shame and cares about his reputation, so controlled his mouth. Panda's novel calm, a little too petty, aren't we? You should fix that character flaw of yours, replied Li Jun nonchalantly, making Di Jiaying's mouth twitch. Freedom-robbing fist. Speed. Di Jiaying rushed forward and punched him. Li Jun's tactic was to delay time until she could no longer bear such power. So, he prepared to dodge most of her attacks while also analyzing her aura to see if he could seal with it. However, his attempt failed this time around. As his opponent's fist approached him, he felt his body become challenging to respond or move. Even his nerve, mind, and soul reaction was drastically reduced. This power, it feels so familiar, was his last thought before condensing a metallic blood shield to protect him. Boom! His shield did not last even a second before he flew into the distance, crashing into one of the few pieces of debris remaining after Parasite used the spear's power. Luckily, the shield he created was not an ordinary defensive capability. He made it after studying the turtle shell's emperor scripture and other skills and techniques. He condensed the power of trillions upon trillions of shields from an army of infinite size. What a terrible blow, groaned Li Jun after feeling the destruction of his bones and internal organs. And that attack, it's similar to Big Brother's Freedom Dao. She took away my freedom, no right to fast speed. Di Jiaying's aura made him feel like he was in a quagmire. And after she took away his speed, it was inevitable that her attack worked, and she suffered. Bang! Space-time fluctuated as Di Jiaying went for a second punch. And this time she went all out, intending to kill. However, to her surprise, her opponent evaded the attack with his pitiful speed. What's going on? She tried for a third attack and it was still a failure. He seems to be using a brilliant evading attack. She attacked again to strip his right to move or evade. However, Li Jun's technique was too superb and her attempt failed. The caliber of his technique seems very high. As such, it's putting a lot of pressure on his body, mind, and soul, she swiftly analyzed. He should not be able to last long. However, the main question is whether he can last longer than I can. Meanwhile, Li Jun, using his ancestor's world-renowned evading technique, took this opportunity to heal his injuries. However, his mind suddenly paused for a brief moment that even someone of Di Jiaying's caliber did not notice. Wang Ji's situation has reached a critical point. In that case, I need to hurry up and end this battle. His mind worked rapidly as he pondered how to quickly push her into a corner and use her last trump card. It would be ideal to defeat her before she did so, but he doubted he could succeed with an opponent of such a level. Li Jun vs. Di Jiaying, 6. She is a domain-type fighter, using the environment to her advantage, analyzed Li Jun as his mind contemplated methods to deal with this type of opponent. Her technique reminded me of Shi Ruolin from the Deception Trial. So, I should be able to use a similar method to deal with it. What does a tyrant fear? Or, who can stand up to the might of a tyrant? People who do not fear the tyrant. People who have the same strength and status as the tyrant. Boom! A mighty and noble aura suddenly emanated from Li Jun's body. And as soon as that aura appeared, The surrounding momentum faltered as its effect on him diminished to the point it was almost useless. Emperor aura? Thought Di Jiaying, who stopped attacking. The noble aura she sensed was similar to Emperor Three-Leaf, so she immediately recognized it. No, it's more of an imitation, but it's more than enough to deal with my technique. What is the noblest and most supreme existence between heaven and earth? No, my momentum is designed to suppress emperors. How can it not work? As soon as she asked this question, she knew the answer. Emperor Three-Leaf fought with her as a mortal in the end. So, the essence of her technique was flawed from the very beginning. The only way to perfect my technique would be if I had the same strength as these two. If she could break the boundary between mortal and great emperor, then her technique would reach unimaginable heights. Sadly, she knew such a thing was not possible. The real question is, how did Li Jun manage to even imitate the aura of an emperor? She was baffled. Of course, she did not know that Li Jun had to undergo many difficult trials in the sect to get access to immortal tier resources. And his main trial was to resist the killing aura emanating from the dead bodies of many immortals, including great emperors. After spending so much time resisting their aura, he can also imitate them to an extent. After removing the aura's effect on his body, Li Jun went for the kill. He did not hesitate to use one of his trump cards, the Dui Realm. He held the spear in his hand in a throwing position. Boom! A streak of red light flashed in the void as it rushed toward Di Jiaying. Immediately, her sense of danger rose to the highest level. I will die if not severely injured, if this thing hits me. A country's sacrifice. A shield manifested before her with the power of trillions upon trillions of lives sacrificed for the sake of the tyrant's life. Sadly, her effort was in vain. The spear broke through her defense and pierced her heart. Luckily, Di Jiaying's talent for battle was still high, so she moved her body to miss this vital area. The power of Dui Realm? Why is it so strong? Is this a high-level application? Pondered Di Jiaying as blood spurted from her mouth, and a hole the size of a tennis ball was on her stomach. Before her battle with Emperor Three-Leaf, she studied extensive knowledge about great emperors. As such, she knew there were four main things that contributed to an emperor's strength: Grand Tao Source Comprehension, Tao Body, Tao Imprint, and Tao Will. The first three were common things all emperors had, while the latter was privy only to pseudo and true eternal emperors. As such, Tao Will was also one of the things that made Eternals vastly more powerful than others. Tao Will had three main functions: Battle Boost, Tao Imprint Erasure, and Negation. When used correctly, it can boost an emperor's overall battle, including speed, attack, defense, and even stamina. Tao Imprint Erasure was why eternal emperors were feared. As long as an emperor had their imprints, they were immortal and eternal. And if someone wished to remove those imprints, it usually took countless yuan epochs, unless they had a Tao Will. Finally, Tao Wills were the key to dealing with other eternal emperors or body refiners. It's the ability to negate the regeneration of body refiners and eternal attributes of eternal emperors. And the Dui Realm, which is a prototype of the Tao Will, has these functions but on a lesser scale. However, from the information she gathered, applications for the Dui Realm have been scarce in the lower dimension since the end of the Null Era. And Di Tian did not teach her more advanced applications. All these thoughts flashed in Di Jiaying's mind as she contemplated her next move. She could feel her regeneration had reached an all-time low. The hole in her chest, which should have been healed instantly, was closing at the speed of a turtle. I think you should take a look at. Meanwhile, Li Jun's spear reappeared in his hand. Di Jiaying knew she could not waste time and acted swiftly. Another emperor artifact appeared next to her. It was a small tree containing endless vitality. The endless life force entered her body, healing her injuries. However, this was not the main objective of using this particular artifact. Blood Sacrifice Secret Technique. Di Jiaying sacrificed her blood energy and vitality for the Blood Pearl artifact. And in return, her momentum once again skyrocketed. Such an act should have a tremendous burden or terrible price. However, the other Emperor artifact offset the disadvantage. How annoying, thought Li Jun as he felt the previous pressure on his body. the disgusting feeling that he was in a quagmire and unable to move properly. She won't be able to hold on while using 2 Emperor artifacts. However, I have not sensed any desperation from her, meaning this is not her limit. Infinite Slaughter World. Li Jun used a domain technique to deal with Di Jiang's domain-like battle fighting. He surrounds himself with countless small dimensions containing the power of slaughter. As such, her momentum has to go through all these dimensions before reaching him. Then, he threw his spear for the second time. "Damn it!" yelled Di Jiang as she summoned the finally allowed Emperor artifact to protect herself. Sadly, Li Jun predicted her next move as the artifact suddenly appeared in the sky, sealing hers. What's worse is all these artifacts were sealing-based. Where did he get these sealing artifacts? The Dao opening sect does not have such a thing? Was the last thought in her mind as she defended herself. However, such a question was stupid as most Emperor lineages have more artifacts than Emperor cultivated. They usually originated from fortunate encounters or destroying other lineages. Bang! Di Jiang lost her left arm. However, she did not scream or groan in pain. Even her eyes were cleared and focused, a fact that Li Jun noticed. "It's almost there," he thought as he prepared for a third attack. He saw Di Jiang rushing toward him, and he moved backward, evading her. Her current strength was much higher than his at peak 8 leaf. The reason for his one-sided victory has to do with the side effects of most secret techniques. The difference in strength between each leaf in the Immortal Venerable stage is vast and cannot be easily breached. Yet, this generation's Heaven-Chosens treated it as non-existent, with people easily breaking the boundary between leaves. However, this was completely true. Most secret techniques used to push strength beyond the boundary of leaves, especially 7-leafer, are one-sided. They usually increased the user's strength to that level, while things like speed, defense, and stamina barely changed. Only a few secret techniques can actually give an all-encompassing boost. So, although Di Jiang's strength reached such a level, her speed and defense were still in the 7-leaf category. No, they were even lower since Li Jun's first attack destroyed her immortal armor. Boom! Li Jun's spear took her right arm despite going for the head. Then, he saw helplessness, fear, and despair in her eyes and facial expression. Interesting. She's actually baiting me to come closer and finish the job. He had learned Su Ya's hidden emotions aura technique from Wang Wei, so he could easily see through Di Jiang's tactic. Boom! Boom! He took her remaining limbs. Damn it, he didn't fall for it, she cursed internally. I didn't want to use it since it's from that bastard. But now I don't have a choice. Then, the sound of blood rushing reverberated through this infinite cosmos. Subsequently, a hidden power came out of Di Jiang's body, and her deep and troublesome injury instantly healed. And this was not the end, as her aura continued to increase until it reached an unknown boundary. The power of Dao Ancestor One Root, thought Li Jun with great concentration. And that power, it's Di Tian's bloodline. He understood Di Jiang was using her bloodline connection with Di Tian to tap into such power. Although she is technically his ancestor, the bloodline flowing through their veins is still connected. And for someone like Di Tian, who lived during the beginning Emperor era and whose main cultivation system relied on bloodline, it's nothing for him to achieve such a feat. She's finally desperate, thought Li Jun. However, I need to be extra cautious, or I won't make it out of this situation. Luckily, I benefited immensely from the chat with Hua Fenghuang. Li Jun versus Di Jiang. Finale. Li Jun waved his hand to manifest a blood-red spear, and as soon as it appeared, heaven and earth suddenly changed. For a brief moment, the entire battlefield turned blood-red. Then, both sides of this battlefield had visions or illusions of them committing countless atrocious acts of mindless slaughter. Mostly everyone was fine since they were people with high willpower and a solid state of mind, except for gluttony. The slaughter spear awakened an instinct or desire hidden deep in his soul. For a moment, he lost control of his mind as he almost gave in to the lust for mindless killing. Luckily for him, or maybe sadly for him, Di Tian's soul enslavement took effect and woke him up from this state. Li Jun took the brunt of its attack as the person who summoned that spear, especially since the spear did not care for its owner. However, Li Jun was not affected in the slightest by the spear's ability. On the contrary, his momentum rose just by being close to it. This is not enough, thought Li Jun as he held the slaughter spear in his hand. His heart began to beat rapidly, creating sounds that even Di Jiaying could hear. Li Jun's slaughter heart then began to release a strange rhythm and power that resonated with the spear. Di Jiaying felt danger as the sonic waves from the heart bypassed her. She rushed forward in a desperate attempt to stop what was happening. However, just like her bloodline transformation or activation, the process was instant and over before she succeeded. Then, she watched the monstrosity before him. Li Jun was no longer the previous Li Jun. He now had 4 eyes stacked in a square shape, with 2 black horns coming from his head and a red ruby on his forehead. His skin was entirely red with purple-black claws. His armor was gone, turned into golden marks on his upper nude body that resembled tribal tattoos. For armor, he only had the lower parts with bracelets on his wrists. He had no shoes or boots as his feet were on display. No, they were no longer feet but goat hooves with sharp claws. The aura he released was primal, brutal, and bloodthirsty, especially when you gaze at its eyes. For a moment, Di Jiaying thought her opponent had lost himself amid that transformation and would not return. As soon as someone laid eyes on this creature, they knew he was an apex predatory designed only for killing and slaughter. And its name also appeared in their minds. Azura, said Di Jiaying with concentrated eyes. The Azura clan was once one of the most powerful races in the Myriad Emperor world besides humans. They were a hierarchical species extremely united due to their worship of powerful people and desire for killing and slaughter. At the peak of their power, they had 7 great emperors. But one day, the Azura clan vanished from the annals of history, and no one knows why. Many people believed they joined the devil race and were one of the groups wiped out by Empress Wu. Others believed they died from other causes, while a few historians theorized they died from fighting and killing each other. The majority of the populace did not accept this theory, given the countless records that indicated how united the Azura clan was. However, this theory was the closest to the truth. The Azura clan wanted to cultivate their first eternal emperor. So, they gathered 60% of their races and had them slaughter each other, leaving only one survivor. The final winner was a peerless genius of their clan with unparalleled battle strength and mastery of slaughter Dao. And their plan succeeded as that genius eventually proved the Dao and became an eternal emperor. Unfortunately for them, their plan succeeded too well. This genius went on to slaughter all the remaining members of his clan to complete his slaughter Dao and gather the bloodline of all the members of his clan. After success, this genius became one of the few eternal supremes of the Myriad Emperor world. Sadly, after ascending, this genius tried to replicate something similar to a tribe of the Azura clan in the upper dimension. And the result was his absolute death as he was wiped out from history, leaving the mystery of the Azura clan's disappearance unknown and unsolved. Di Jiaying looked at Li Jun's Azura form, and her mind rushed to remember everything she knew about the Azura clan, which turned out to be not too many as she never had to pay too much attention to an extinct race. She most remembered Azuras were excellent fighters that practiced killing/slaughter Dao. Their male members were considered ugly, while their females were considered one of the most beautiful races by human standards until they also transformed into their Azura shape. That ruby should be the war talisman. Damn it, why did he have to be so powerful? Li Jun did not utter a word as he gazed at her like a hunter looking at its prey. He instantly appeared before her and plunged his claws into her heart. A repulsive force manifested before Di Jiaying, blocking his attack. She used the rebound from the force to distance herself from him. That repulsive force contained the power of yin-yang, analyzed Li Jun. She has no such Dao, plus the fluctuations of bloodline ability. I think you should take a look at Li Jun moved forward a second time, and Di Jiaying wanted to respond. However, she found herself unable to move. Her mind filled with the idea that nothing mattered, so she did not have to move or do anything. These ideas came out of nowhere and had no cause. Di Jiaying even wanted to end all this suffering. It seemed the easiest choice than living every day with that feeling of emptiness. Mental illness is truly a scary thing, thought Li Jun. One of the most significant benefits of his slaughter Dao was incorporating many of the ideas from his big brother's past life. I can't push her desire for suicide any deeper, as that could awaken her instinct for survival. Swish! He waved his spear and cut off her head, destroying her soul in the process. Unfortunately, a black and white will manifested behind her, revering the concept of life and death. A perfectly intact Di Jiaying appeared with fear in her eyes. She instinctively reacted and activated one of the most potent bloodline spells she had access to. Frowny face Samsara calling. An enormous black and eerie door with strange designs appeared underneath Li Jun. Then, millions of black tentacles emerged from the door, binding him as they tried to drag him into the door. Do you want to send me to the underworld? He calmly analyzed. The restraint on him was not weaker than his current form, with barely one root strength felt immobilized. I am an Asura, born to slaughter all living beings in existence. So, whether they are ghosts, gods, Buddhas, and even emperors, there is nothing we cannot kill, muttered Li Jun as his spear pierced the door, destroying it in one hit. He then gazed at his opponent. Effective, he thought. His body had a natural charm or aura designed to affect his opponent's mind. It awakened the fear deep in their minds and granted him an advantage in battle. Her strength should be on par with mine, but her state of mind is rapidly collapsing. This is my chance. Li Jun stabbed Di Jiaying. However, there was no blood on the tip of his spear or any wound on her. But an aura of helplessness and despair overwhelmed her. Good. I've killed her dreams and hopes. This should further affect her state of mind and prevent any variables as I disposed of her. He stabbed his spear for the final time. This attack was odd as it contained no killing intent or desire, even though it targeted one of her special killing lines. Such an attack was a testament to Li Jun's perfect control of his strength. Anyone under this attack would only feel like they were facing a needle. This technique was dangerous as it prevented activating a cultivator's danger sense. Li Jun knew that even in this state, Di Jiaying could still make a last-minute comeback and took precautions. Unfortunately, it was not enough. "Nu!" roared Di Jiaying. As the power of death hidden deep in her bloodline and her unwillingness to die awakened at the last minute, a yin-yang shield surrounded her before she teleported to the water layer. "I forfeit!" yelled Di Jiaying as soon as she arrived, her painting sounds echoing with the sounds of waves. A white light enveloped her, and she immediately left the battlefield. Pandas novel. Calm, not fighting until the last minute? Well, that's understandable. He knew Di Jiaying's circumstances, so the word loyalty was never part of her vocabulary. "That's fine too," he muttered before ending his transformation. Yen Liling's battle eye. Crack. Terrible sounds of breaking or twisting metals emanated from Li Jun's body after ending the transformation. His face became pale, and his crimson hair appeared duller with less vitality. Li Jun did not waste time popping a few pills into his mouth, alleviating his symptoms. "The repercussions were harsher than I thought," he muttered. If not for entering the primordial dragon realm, his body would have collapsed after using such tremendous power beyond his limit. If I had the Asura clan's bloodline in my possession, I could elevate this technique to a higher level and reduce the side effects, he sighed with regret. After stabilizing his situation, he glanced at the other battlefields, checking out the situation of the others. I was worried about Tai Gang. However, his ruthless approach seemed to have worked. He checked everybody else, including his wife. This little girl, he smiled wryly before checking on the most important person. Wang Ju is almost ready. I must prepare to proceed with the next step. Li Jun sat cross-legged in the void, entering a deep state of meditation to accelerate his healing. Western Quadrant. Di Tian watched Di Jiaying's act of cowardness and betrayal. His expression did not change, but hidden deep in his eyes was anger and the sense he had expected this. He glanced at the other battles. None of this would have happened if my sleepers were intact. His sleepers contained countless talented individuals with unique souls after countless baptisms through samsara. With his training, they would be the perfect generals, willing to sacrifice anything for him. Dition controlled his emotions as he returned to a calm state. My original plan was to use these people to set up a formation that gave me a boost in the fight with Wang Wei, contemplated Dition, who knew things would not proceed as he wished with Di Jiang's departure. There is a chance Wang Wei's plan is similar. So, should I kill them before our battle? However, as soon as these ideas entered his mind, he removed them as he sensed a gaze locking him, ready to react to the slightest movement. Forget it. I need to prepare in case of an overwhelming defeat. Eastern Quadrant. Wang Wei watched the result of Li Jun's battle, and a smile appeared on his handsome and charming face. Many people of his generation paid little to no attention to the importance of a great general, even to the end. And many people started paying attention to such an advantage after Li Jun began to display his talent. However, he started cultivating his team before he started cultivating. He knew the role a potent general could play in such a battle and prepared very early. One of the reasons he destroyed Dition's sleepers was to prevent the latter from cultivating generals on the level of Li Jun and the others. One of the best decisions I made was to eliminate the threat of the sleepers, thought Wang Wei. His act allowed him to acquire the most powerful information-gathering force in the Myriad Emperor world. Simultaneously, he also removed Dition's right arm and left leg. Di Jiang's betrayal is the result of Dition rushing to create generals without a solid foundation of trust and loyalty. For someone like me, such a group of loose ends is nothing but a major flaw, thought Wang Wei as he observed the battle, focusing on the weak link, Taigang. Although a little worried, he believed in his men's capability. Soon, the culmination of all my years of hard work will come to fruition. And once the plan succeeds, my chances of winning will increase between 1 to 10%. Earth Dimension. Kai Song was looking at the terracotta warrior before her with fascination. The thing resembled a statue, with only the destruction in the surroundings as an indication of its destructive capabilities. Sadly, it was matched with the worst opponent possible. Kai Song's talent for puppetry was unparalleled. And after acquiring Chun Chen's soul, she gained new knowledge, talent, and worldview about puppetry. So, in a very short period, she found a way to shut down this weapon of destruction. This puppet has almost broken the boundary between inanimate objects and sentient beings. It can almost be considered a new life form, thought Kai Song with shining eyes. The material is something I've never seen or heard about before. Is it from another world community? But how is that possible? The human emperor was from this world. Well, the historical records said his origin was a mystery as he suddenly appeared during the human catastrophe. I think you should take a look at Kai Song frowned. Even the refining method is different. Although it incorporated the Myriad Emperor world's refining system, most of it is of another origin. I can probably learn a lot from it. Alas, Kai Song had another trouble. He could not put away the puppet inside her space ring. Even worse, the puppet was constantly resisting her restraint. No matter what, you're mine now. Kai Song did not waste time and began placing formations around the puppet, her eyes shining brightly. She sensed a gaze of warning past her, but she did not care. Nothing can stop her from acquiring such a masterful work of puppetry. There is a saying that people can die after seeing the Tao. And that was her current mindset. A few minutes ago, Northern Quadrant. Yan Liling looked at her opponent, Gao Buqin, thinking about the information he had on the latter, which is very little. Gao Buqin was one of the heaven-chosen tricked by the Spirit Genesis sect to invade the cleanup. Sadly, he had a terrible fate and encountered a monster like Dition. What a poor soul, commented Yan Liling, her voice full of sympathy and empathy for Gao Buqin's situation. However, only she knew whether these words were sincere or not. Regardless, Gao Buqin calmly looked at her without any expression or response. It was like the person she was talking about was a complete stranger he had no relationship or connection with. A pale yellow sword manifested before him. Then, the swords began to divide into two, achieving a division every millisecond. In a short time, he had billions of swords. Gao Buqin looked coldly at her, waiting to annihilate his opponent. Splash! He suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, shocking him beyond words can describe. Gao Buqin did not know how and when his enemy attacked him. He did not even know what was wrong with his body. However, Yan Liling was not going to give him time to figure it out. She activated her chaos flame, turning the northern quadrant into a seal of purple flame. Gao Buqin's swords were instantly incinerated, leaving wide open for the destructive power of the flame. Black Tortoise Shield Gao Buqin panicked, but the soul enslavement mark, deep in his soul, acted and forced him to enter a state of mind as calm as an unprovoked lake. His mind worked faster than ever before, coming to a reasonable explanation given his knowledge and the current situation. Poison, he concluded. An odorless and invisible potent poison. She is a talented alchemist, making her also a poison master. She must have released it as soon as she appeared. Bracelet of detoxification. Ring of poison immunity. A bracelet and a ring appeared on Gao Buqin's body, ridding him of the poison's effect. Boom! His shield exploded under the chaos flame, putting this talented weapon refiner in danger. Teleportation Jade, a beautiful jade pendant appeared on his side, and in an instant, he teleported away from the center of the blast. Weapon Dao? Analyzed Yan Liling. His technique seemed to manifest all types of weapons with different abilities. I thought he was using low resonance, but I didn't notice any change to the laws of heaven and earth. If that's true, how could he use such a variety of abilities in Dao? Does he have a limit? Under Yan Liling's control, a colossal creature with 9 heads appeared before her. Each had a vivid color like green, purple, or bright red. Then, they opened their mouths to fire a terrible breath, each containing a strange and deadly poison. The attack was both a focus and widespread type, covering the entire surrounding space into poison. Adding the potency of each poison, Gao Buqin was in great trouble. However, to Yan Liling's surprise, the latter summoned a pagoda that swiftly swallowed all her poison. Something is wrong, thought Yan Liling. His technique seems to create any weapon he pleases with any ability or Dao. Gao Buqin's fighting method reminded her of Chu Luo's flawed creation Dao. I don't detect any creation Dao. So what is the essence of this technique? Yan Liling's battle finale. After seeing his opponent's annihilation, Gao Buqin did not immediately revel in his victory. His battle senses told him things would not be easy, so he used his divine sense to check his surroundings. And as he expected, he noticed a strange pill floating amid the numerous space debris in the northern quadrant. And as soon he saw the pill, it changed. Muscles, blood, bones, and skins regrew from the pill, and Yan Liling reappeared with a slightly pale complexion. This flesh reorganization pill still feels disgusted, she thought. She created this pill to imitate body refiners' drop blood rebirth. However, the process of rebirth is painful and feels terrible. Rho alpha pi d alpha s nu omicron v epsilon l. Kmi should have expected his second battle spirit to be related to the soul. If Gao Buqin created his battle spirit to assist his weapon refining profession, it would make sense to create one focus on spiritual power and the soul. After all, spiritual power is the most valued asset or talent of all professions. Be that as it may, his Dui realm is very weak. But it shouldn't. By the previous attack, he realized Gao Buqin's Dui realm was only in the second stage. However, the easiest way for a person to achieve the Dui realm is by combining 2 cultivation systems. Gao Buqin met the requirements, so Yan Liling predicted for him to have a higher level. It could be that his cultivation talent has not reached such a level, she analyzed. Fusing 2 or more systems is not something anyone can do. It could also be a side effect of the soul enslavement. Thud. While Yan Liling was in deep thought analyzing the situation, Gao Buqin was not idle. He gazed at her without hiding his deep killing intent. His cracked immortal tier armor was replaced with black armor while the lion spirit fired the previous attack. But it suddenly began to change, the first of which was the color that turned light golden. Subsequently, the armor seemed to have fused with Gao Buchan's body. His skin had turned a light golden color, making him look like some kind of robot with long black hair. Spikes appeared on his shoulders, born from the tips of different sharp weapons like swords, spears, and arrows. 2 metallic wings spread behind Gao Buchan's back, and the wings were composed entirely of different weapons. The amalgams of so many different weapons should look weird, ghastly even. However, the entire thing had a natural and graceful appearance. Spirit transformation, thought Yen Liling, remembering the information. This technique imitates Tao Bodhi's awakening. The cultivators in the battle spirit world can transform into their spirit and use the full extent of their power. After his transformation, Gao Buqin did not waste time and rushed toward his opponent. Boom! Yen Liling felt a terrifying force pushing her backward. If she did not rely on her instinct to activate her cauldron of flesh, she would have burst into a mist of blood. And even with these measures, the bones in her arms cracked, followed by great turbulence to her internal organs. Peak 7-leaf strength, thought Yen Liling as she groaned internally. After stopping her momentum and regaining control of her body, she checked her arms and discovered an anomaly. A curse? There is also the power of the bleeding rune, she analyzed. It seems he created a battle spirit dedicated to battle using the power of an artifact. His body became the embodiment of countless artifacts with different effects. The bleeding rune is often used when creating weapon artifacts to ensure the enemy will bleed to death and weaken them. It is one of the first divine runes that weapon refiners learn. Cauldron of Defense. Gao Buchan's barrage of attacks landed on Yen Liling's protective shield. And with only a few attacks, he cracked the shield. However, strange blue-colored pills appeared before releasing an energy that healed the shield. Because I still hope to walk the unorthodox 9-extremity foundation, I never used the 8 heterogeneity foundation, so my base strength is only 4 leaf. I have a few pills and a secret technique to make me rival his strength. However, for the battle plan we made to deal with him, there is a better way. Pill of intangibility. The moment she swallowed the pill, Gao Buchan's fists, who had changed into the property of a shield-breaking treasure, finally broke her defense, and he went for the kill. Boom! Gao Buchan's fist twisted the space where the force of his fist hit. However, he felt nothing. It was like he was hitting air. No, even the sensation of his fist touching the air was not as odd as this one. I think you should take a look at this novel. Khmer did not believe what he felt, so he released a barrage of devastating attacks to no effect. His other 2 spirits joined the battle as they worked in harmony to aid him, but the result was the same. Gao Buqin did not believe in this evil and used even more sophisticated methods. His golden palm turned into a yin-yang diagram as he tried to forcefully revert Yen Liling out of her current state, changing her from an intangible form to a tangible one. Unfortunately for him, Yen Liling created that pill using Wang Wei's power of nothingness. As such, its essence is not simply intangibility but the concept of nothingness. Gao Buqin then changed tactics as his weapon body changed, taking the properties of a rare time artifact. Then, he attempted to revert Yen Liling to a few minutes prior when she was not in such a potent state. His attempt failed as nothing can affect nothingness, not even time. However, Gao Buqin currently had the mindset of a fool due to his desire to end this battle as his master ordered. As such, he did not believe he could not succeed. He then chooses to attack Yen Liling's past self. By killing that version, he can eliminate the present version. Alas, this method also failed. One of the properties of nothingness is its infiniteness, which transcends time. So, such a technique might have worked on past Wang Wei, who had little to no mastery of the power of nothingness. But it was different for his current self. What is this strange technique? Cursed Gao Buqin internally. He could not find her past self to kill. To be precise, her past seemed to be this vast, even infinite grand emptiness, devoid of life, matter, space-time, energy, or even concepts known to the mind. Gao Buqin almost lost his mind after coming into contact with such a grand and ethereal entity. Luckily, he was careful and swiftly gave up attempting such an act of blasphemy. What should I do now? None of my attacks are working, pondered Gao Buqin. It seems she wants to wait out until stamina and secret techniques run out. The battle spirit transformation was not enough for him to have such tremendous power. Gao Buqin has to rely on the combination of the spirits and immortal armor to have such an achievement. However, it won't last long. He could feel the terrible burden on his body and soul. Should I use more extreme measures? He had a secret technique that sacrificed his spirits for another significant burst of strength. However, the consequences were too severe, especially if he destroyed his weapon body spirit. As the main battle spirit he fused with, it also acted as his soul or primordial spirit. So, he could die if something happened to it. Shall I take the risks or continue trying different methods? Boom! A terrifying aura of death, killing, and slaughter burst into Gao Buqin's mind, turning his eyes red. He immediately had the impulse to kill anything his eyes could lie on. Gao Buqin made a primal and bestial roar as he looked at Yan Liling like she was nothing but prey. A slaughter aura and desire overrode his consciousness. Wish! His battle spirit activated, releasing a mysterious spiritual power that awakened him from his state. Now, thought Yan Liling, taking the perfect opportunity when Gao Buqin just awakened from the influence of the slaughter spear and his mind was at its weakness. Soul Seal. A cauldron appeared above Gao Buqin, and a seal bypassed his spirits and entered his body. His body shivered briefly before spazzing like he was having a seizure while standing. Blood overflew from his ears, mouth, and nose. His face contorted as he grinds his teeth. The process was visually brutal and lasted more than a minute. Finally, Gao Buqin opened his eyes. At first, they were confused, followed by a burst of intense delight. I am free, he uttered in a coarse voice as tears fell from his eyes. The past few million years have been a nightmare for him. His mind forcefully twisted to serve someone else, someone he had hatred for. Resistance was futile, and over time, his obedience grew exponentially. He feared that one day he would ultimately lose himself. But now the nightmare is over. Chapter 843. Gao Buqin's worth. Yan Liling calmly watched Gao Buqin's reaction to his freedom. She did not interrupt him, allowing him to process his emotions. The cultivation world was cruel beyond what words can explain. Despite the many contradictions, the myriad emperor world is safer than most worlds in the endless void. The factions competed against each other while respecting the written rules like the Immortal Avenue Pact and other unwritten rules like allowing the young generations to compete by all means and accepting the outcome. However, the competition is more brutal in other worlds because of the heaven will. After all, there is only one chance for immortality and eternity. For that one chance, many emperor lineages will not hesitate to send their immortal tier powerhouses, including Insurgent, to assassinate other factions' heaven-chosens. And in these worlds, enslaving other people's souls is too much of a common tactic. So, as Yan Liling watched Gao Buqin's reaction, she empathized with him and waited. I'm glad this tactic worked. The power of an emperor. It's terrifying, she thought. She had to use Wang Wei's granted power to seal the enslavement. As such, she peeked at the essence of Di Tian's power and saw how scary it was. Although Wang Wei has demonstrated his strength to them, Yan Liling discovered today he was still holding back to not hurting them physically and spiritually. Have you calmed down? Asked Yan Liling after seeing Gao Buqin's agitated mood return to normal. Gao Buqin took a deep breath to calm down. He gazed at her before uttering, I'm guessing you did not free me out of compassion of your heart? You guessed correctly. Gao Buqin quieted down, not saying a word for half a minute. I know what you're thinking, suddenly said Yan Liling. But we will not enslave you. We only want to work together. Work together? You think I believe you? It's true. The invasion of our cleanup was the work of the Spirit Genesis sect from your world. As soon as Yan Liling said these words, the world began to pay attention. Many people wanted to know why the anomaly occurred during the cleanup, but no answer was found. But now, the truth was revealed, catching many people's attention. And that was Wang Wei and Yan Liling's purpose in the first place. Wang Wei needs the entire world to end their era of xenophobia and close themselves from the endless void. So, he will show them other worlds will interfere in their affairs even if they use such an approach. Furthermore, there is no better way to rally the world together than a common enemy. The Spirit Genesis sect? Well, given their overbearingness, it's understandable they would do this, replied Gao Buqin with a frown. When the secret realm that led to the cleanup appeared, he saw the young master of the Spirit Genesis sect among the participants, so he never questioned the latter. But now, he guessed they were using everyone as pawns for their plans. So, you should guess what we want from you, replied Yan Liling, who already accomplished her objective. Information. Correct, and not just about the Spirit Genesis sect, but also the entire battle spirit world. Do you want me to be a traitor to my home? Asked Gao Buqin with a sneer. And what is the alternative? Countered Yan Liling. Without our seal, you will return to your previous state. Gao Buqin's body shivered out of his control. Even if we don't do anything, don't you know your fate? As soon as you leave, the D-clan will hunt you down before you can go far. Finally, the Spirit Genesis sect already bore their fangs at us and must pay the price. As such, we will do anything to get the information from you. Yan Liling's gentle demeanor was gone, replaced by a deep coldness in her eyes. So, although I sympathize with your situation, I will not hesitate to get the information from your dead corpse. Gao Buqin's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat almost fell from his back. His mind worked on overload, suppressing his emotions to analyze the situation. I agree to help you, but I have a few conditions. Please, replied Yan Liling, not surprised by his choice. Few people can control their fear of death and remain stubborn to protect their ideals, beliefs, and philosophies. First, I want your help to return home. No problem. Second, no one must search my soul. Gao Buqin's deep voice contained an unwavering determination he had never shown, making Yan Liling frown. Very well, she replied. However, you must sign the most restrictive contract and oath to tell us all the information we want and not hide anything. I can't agree with that. And why is that? My third condition is I won't reveal any information about my sect. What is your sect? Battle Artifact Villa, replied Gao Buqin after a short moment of contemplation. It's not on the list of the Spirit Genesis sect's allies we know of. So, we can agree to your terms as long as your sect has no connection to them. Gao Buqin squinted as he realized the Dao Opening sect was genuinely considering the Spirit Genesis sect as their opponent and might be planning a Transplanar Emperor Dao war. This might be an opportunity. He immediately decided not to be consecutive. My fourth condition is to help me deal with the D-clan. Gao Buqin waited for the fallout of his words, but nothing changed. As expected of that monster, he doesn't care about his family. He sneered as hatred flashed deep in his eyes. No, replied Yan Liling. And that's not for negotiation. She knew her big brother wanted to rally the entire world underneath his banner. So, how could they team up with foreign forces to deal with members of their world? Such an act would hinder Wang Wei's plan. Furthermore, the D-clan plays a significant role in preventing the growth of the devil cultivators. They are the main reason they have not stepped out of the Western continent for countless eras. Such a family is blessed with merit and luck and cannot easily be dealt with. Regardless, Big Brother might use the contradiction between the Battle Artifact Villa and the D-clan to his advantage. However, that's only if Gao Buqin's status in the villa is high enough. Gao Buqin did not expect such a fierce and irrefutable objection. He opened his mouth to negotiate but closed them as he saw Yan Liling's eyes. Fine. Then I will change my fourth condition. I want an alliance between our two factions. Oh, you want to join us? Yes. Why? You should understand the meaning behind your actions. Gao Buqin shook his head. You would think this would make me a traitor? But it's not true. Oh, over the years, the Spirit Genesis sect has done too much. They were overbearing and eliminated anyone or faction, which threatened their power and status. Things got to the point where all the other factions banded together, including foreigners, to weaken their power. According to historical records, this massive battle ended with the killing of one of their immortal sovereigns and injuring the other. But even then, they were still so powerful. So, the other factions have to ally with foreign powers to suppress the Spirit Genesis sect? Asked Yen Liling. Correct. If that's true, then their hidden power is much deeper than we anticipated. Despite knowing this, you still want to deal with them? Why not? Replied Yen Liling with a smile. And you should know where our confidence originates from. Gao Buqin gazed at the eastern quadrant. Yes, if that monster proves the Tao, they don't need to fear the Spirit Genesis sect. According to many analyses and predictions, he, the young master of the Spirit Genesis sect, with his unparalleled talent, has the highest chance of proving the Tao. Furthermore, he will most likely become an eternal supreme. Because of his strength and potential, many factions wish to assassinate him. So, they did not hesitate to break the previous premises and acted like the Spirit Genesis used to by sending insurgents to kill him. However, none succeeded. He-Shi's talent is nothing compared to Wang Wei. However, that guy is still weird. One event made He-Shi famous. He survived the assassination of an insurgent with peak first-class strength. He was nothing but a spirit enlightenment realm, Tier 6 cultivator, and the factions planned that assassin perfectly, even taking into account the immortal sovereigns might have left protection on him. Yet he survived. What's worse is the assassin refused to talk about what had happened. Then, a few years later, he took his own life, creating a layer of mystery for He-Shi. I can accept your fourth condition. However, can you represent the battle artifact villa? You don't have to worry about that. I was the next villa lord, and my master should still be in power. As long as I return home, I can convince him to form an alliance, especially with such a powerful faction. In that case, it's fine. Any more conditions? No, that's it, he replied after a brief pause. In that case, you can live and head to the Tao opening sect. Gao Buqin clasped his hand to bow. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for freeing me. Then, a white light enveloped him, and he disappeared. The weakest link. Tian watched Gao Buqin's liberation and his conversation with Yen Liling. His emotions more than complicated. Was he furious? Yes, he was, but not out of pure anger but the lack of competence of his chosen general. Secondly, and more importantly, he was furious at himself for making such an obvious mistake. I keep telling myself to be cautious or prudent when dealing with Wang Wei. Yet I made such a blunder. What kind of people were Tao Overlord? Intelligent individuals who can find the flaws in their enemies and use them against them. And even knowing this, Tian went on a rampage during the cleanup, searching for generals. And when he enslaved Gao Buqin and Gluttony, he did it in the 9 Devil God continent, right before Wang Wei's eyes. Such an act was like telling the latter he is my flaw and how to deal with it. After so many years, have I not learned anything? Will arrogance be my downfall again? Tian contemplated his past, thinking about how things went wrong. The creation of his generals was necessary, given how powerful and talented Wang Wei was. If he did not do the same, the current situation would have been worse. However, he never should have been so evident with his actions. During that time, he had too much confidence in achieving the 10 Supremacy Foundation and believed Wang Wei's chances were too slim. After all, 9 Pillar claimed to have spent his entire life, billions of yuan epochs, before only discovering one method. Alas, he forgot how Tao overlords were people who could create miracles. As such, a part of him became complacent, prideful, and condescending as victory near him. I made the same mistakes before she died, contemplating Tian. Could it be that my terrible fate is now a curse from heaven but the result of my own inadequacy? Roalphien d Alpheus nu Omicron v Epsilon L. Comdeo Overlord, Tao Overlord, Tao Overlord, none of this would have happened as I was one. His eyes blurred as he imagined what his life would have been like if he had the capabilities to pass the Supreme Outlaw trial. Ninger would still be by his side, probably one of humankind's most extraordinary eternal emperors. Then, together, they would lead acquired life against the innate beings from the endless void while ensuring the supremacy of humans. He would have watched his disciples grow and become pillars of human society. And with his protections, none of them might have died. There is no point in thinking of what-ifs, sighed Dition, who knew long ago heaven and earth were not fair. Some people were born with talents and abilities that others could only dream of. Some people's endpoints are others' starting points. And in life, in the cultivation world, you can only do with the cards handed to you by fate. Now, I only need to think about my next step, pondered Dition, who had calmed down. The first plan would be to attack the remaining participants. Dition simulated the result of such a tactic. Wang Wei would intervene and stop him. He will have the advantage since the latter will have to protect these weaklings of his subordinates. Yan Liling and Li Jun would be fine. As long as Wang Wei buys them enough time, they can escape to the elemental dimensions without being affected by our battle. However, Tai Gang would probably not live long, but he is inconsequential. The real threat is Yan Liling and Wang Ju. If he protects them long enough, Wang Wei should create an array that blesses his strength and gives him an advantage in the battle against me. According to his simulation, this plan can only work if he goes all out to deal with Wang Wei and can successfully buy enough time to get rid of the others. However, this process would require him to reveal his trump cards in advance and might not even work since he did not know the fullest extent of Wang Wei's strength. There are too many unexpected variables and unpredictable outcomes with this tactic. It's better to be safe than sorry, thought Dition before looking at the battle between Wang Ju and his shadow. Everything seemed even so far. In that case, I can only rely on Plan B and use that secret technique. If he can catch Wang Ju, it would be even better. Dition sent a message to his shadow and waited. If there were a person he could count on, was his shadow, since the latter was one of the remains from the sleepers. As such, he was talented and fiercely loyal. Additionally, he needs to take precautionary measures to ensure gluttony does not follow the same fate as Gao Buqin. He modified the soul enslavement to immediately kill him at the slightest signs of interference. I think you should take a look at this novel. Eastern Quadrant. Wang Wei was on the highest alert after Yan Liling's victory. He observed and waited with no changes to the battlefield. He did not overthrow the board and attack the others. I guess we are closer to checkmate. Once things reached this stage, one of his fears for this final battle was for his opponent to destroy the board to end the game, rendering all his plans and tactics useless. As such, his plan for such an event was divided into two, with the first being obviously protecting the board and not letting Dition do as he pleases. And the second and main one was one of the fundamental flaws of dealing with intelligent people who knew how terrifying Tao overlords were, being too cautious not to fall into a trap. Caution is good, but it must also be measured, thought Wang Wei. If he tried to attack the others, he would have a severe advantage since defending is more demanding than attacking. He could use this occasion to pressure me physically and mentally. And as long as he persisted and was wise with his attack, I would have no choice but to let my team live the battle to protect them, abandoning all my plans. Wang Wei secretly shook his head as he had completely figured out his opponent's mindset and used it against him. Risks were significant in many things, including battles, especially calculated risks. Things are proceeding smoothly. However, I should also be prudent. Who knows what this old monster is hiding as a trump card? He would only celebrate once success was at hand. Then, he focuses on the weakest link of this team, who will also play a vital role. A few minutes ago, the Southern Quadrant, Tai Gang, wearing Yin Zhen's zombie as armor, looked at gluttony before him. He controlled his breath to ensure his calmness and rationality, thinking of the perfect battle tactic for this fight. According to the group's analysis, his strength should be 7-leaf peak. However, this strength is not his own but the result of swallowing Dition's attacks before the battle. There is a limit to how much strength can increase through the power of Devour. and gluttony's limit should be the limit of all mortals. But even without increasing his strength, he can store a vast amount of energy in his stomach. As such, a protracted battle is not ideal. With such a large reserve of energy, gluttony's stamina will be nigh infinite, and his healing capabilities scary. So I need a quick and decisive victory. The two stared at each other, releasing their aura. However, Taigang noticed his opponents seemed cold and lifeless. For a devil to have such an aura should be expected, yet it looked odd on gluttony. No man or devil should have their freedom forcefully stripped from them. Taigang sympathized with this little devil. Unlike the myriad Emperor World's people, who had hatred for such a species embedded deep in their blood and soul, he was from the lower realm and had never heard of such a race. Furthermore, the primary source of his sympathy was his lack of history with the devil race. Taigang knew the fate awaiting his home world, the warring kingdom world. If a more aggressive world discovered them, they might have all been killed or suffered a worse fate, similar to Gao Buqin and this devil. After getting in the best mindset, Taigang rushed for the offensive. Yin Zhen's zombie was a body refiner, so Kaisong ensured she kept this property when she turned it into a puppet armor. Boom! With one punch, Gluttony flew a dozen meters before stopping. A surprise flashed in the devil's eyes as he could not absorb the force behind this attack. And inside the armor, Taigang sneered. Their team knew about Gluttony's Tao, so how would they not prepare? Although the zombie puppet was not originally part of the plan. But, before the battle, he practiced many methods to deal with devouring, swaller, or eating Tao. Battle of Assassins 2. An enormous black and white wheel manifested behind demon rays. The wheel was grand, noble, and anyone who looked at it would believe they had seen the origin of life in this grand universe. Demon Rays' will did not last long as it turned into a black gate of equal proportion. The gate was as noble and grand, and it contained countless animals engraved on it. 6 Path of Samsara. Animal Hall underneath Demon Rays' hood. A tattoo of a mantis shrimp appeared on his forehead. Then he rushed toward Wang Ju and slashed her with his claw. Her danger instinct went on overdrive as she reacted. Slash. 3 of her 7 shadow clones were bisected into 2 with one attack. And one of these 3 clones was the real one with Tao ancestor strength. Wang Ju acted swiftly and replaced the missing real clone by appointing one of the remaining 4. Then, she ordered them to enter the shadow dimension and attack from the dark. However, her attempt was futile. A tattoo of a star-nosed mole appeared on Demon Rays. This creature contained more than 25,000 sensory receptors that grant super senses to detect, hunt, and navigate in the dark abyss of the ocean. With this tattoo, Demon Rays' senses were elevated to a higher state. And with a glance, he discovered Wang Ju's shadow dimension. Swish! With one movement of his claw, he cleaved through that dimension. The power of the mantis shrimp not only elevated the speed of his claw but drastically increased his slashing or clawing ability. So, he tore apart the dimension without much effort. Alas, his attack was not as successful as he wanted to be. After destroying the shadow dimension and killing another clone, the remaining 3 Wang Ju acted simultaneously to control the leaking power of the shadow dimension to attack him. As such, countless shadow creatures with sinister or macabre appearances rushed toward Demon Rays, trying to either kill or drag him into the remains of the shadow dimension. Demon Rays killed most of these shadow creatures with relative ease. However, there were too many and they were too quick. Soon enough, he discovered myriad tentacles binding his limbs and immobilizing his movements. During the entire ordeal, Demon Rays was calm as he assessed the situation and chose the best way to deal with the situation. Then, a tattoo of an anglerfish came from the animal gate and entered his body. Subsequently, his eyes turned into 2 glowing lights, a light so intense that it evaporated the shadows faster than a solar flare could annihilate an entire civilization. Demon Rays was swift as he took on another animal, the cuttlefish. He blended into the environment and disappeared, and in a very short period, before Wang Ju could react, he appeared behind one of the 3 genuine clones and ripped her heart out. Rho alpha pi d alpha s nu omicron v epsilon L. So, as soon as the dimension appeared, they instantly blew it up. And this was not the entire power of this attack. Wang Ju layered hundreds of dimensions on top of the first one and exploded them without hesitation. However, she soon frowned as she sensed a powerful vitality amidst this chaos full of spatial energy. And as expected, demon rays appeared at the center of the explosion. He had lost half of his torso, his right leg was twisted at a weird angle, and his head appeared to be sliced into two. Although his mask and hood still did not reveal his face, Wang Ju could sense his calmness. Demon rays borrowed the power of the axolotl, an animal capable of regenerating limbs and even their brains. With its power, his natural regenerative power reached an even higher level. Then he glanced at Wang Ju. Not good, thought the leader of the Fate Shadow Guard as she felt her mind. An uncontrollable amount of fear overwhelmed her mind as she began to reminisce about every time in her life she felt true unimaginable fear. Wang Ju swiftly controlled her memories to combat this attack. "Young master," said Wang Ju, kneeling on one knee. Normally, she would have received a response by now and stood up. But she stayed in her position for at least half an hour, sweat following down her back with each passing second. "Li Jun told me he has seen you often in the past few years," said Wang Wei, who seemed engrossed in a book. He flipped every page with a gentleness that was odd. It was like this book was the most precious thing between heaven and earth. "The final battle is approaching, and I'm just trying to relay the information we analyzed and ensure our victory." "Is that so?" he muttered without looking at her. "I doubt even you believe that's coming out of your mouth." Wang Ju's heart sank. As you said, the final battle is approaching. Everyone is on edge, including me. I'm taking this short break from cultivation, so I don't have time to waste with your nonsense. So, tell me the truth, and don't make me have to find it myself. I think you should take a look at this novel. Kumthi's words were calm, without any intonation, intimidation, or release of an aura. However, Wang Ju felt her soul leave her body as fear rushed through every corner of her vein. She lowered her head, and after a few seconds she said, It was an order from the madam. My mother? What did she want?" Wang Ju hesitated but realized it was pointless to hide it anymore. She feared Li Jun's betrayal at the last moment. "So she asked me to seduce him to keep him in check." "That's impossible. She has watched Li Jun grow up and treats him like her own son. She knows he won't do such a thing. Furthermore, she's too smart to plan such a shoddy method." Wang Wei turned his head to glance at her, frowning. "Are you lying to me?" "Young master, you know I would never do such a thing," quickly answered Wang Ju. She never thought she was this fast. "Then, explain what's going on." Wang Ju secretly sighed in relief but did not dare take another breath. Someone has planted these ideas into the madam's head. Someone? Who? The people from the Wang clan. "I see," muttered Wang Wei. His mother was quite capable. However, she suffered from a major flaw. She lost that intelligence when it came to him. Most cultivators form an extreme when it comes to their family. They either treat them coldly as if they don't exist or dote on them to an abnormal point. This fact is the result of their long lifespan and low birth rate. So, they either don't care about their children or descendants since the latter might not live as long as them, or treat them as the most precious thing in the world since they might never conceive a second one. So, Wang Wei believed his mother would do such a stupid thing after the people from the Wang clan placed the idea in her head. As for why they did it, well, the answer is simple: politics and power. Despite the unity of the factions of the sect, especially the three families, it's still a fact that the main power of the sect is in the hands of the Wang clan. And a few minority of these people even believed in the supremacy of the Wang clan, believing they should have absolute control over the sect. So, after seeing that Wang Wei has the chance to become the fifth emperor of the Wang clan and the second eternal emperor, some people will go to extreme lengths to ensure nothing happens. Wang Wei finally closed his book. "Why didn't you tell me as soon as she ordered you?" I feared my actions would lead to contradictions between you and the madam. So, you executed your order so badly, leading to today's charade? Wang Ju lowered her head. She knew the best action was to immediately tell the truth. However, she also knew the consequences if the relationship between the madam and the sect master was affected because of this. So, she chose the best method she could think of. Wang Wei looked in the distance. Go apologize to Li Jun and tell him the truth. Secondly, go warn these Wang clan members. Send a few to prisons and exile another as an example. Finally, I want you to remember you're my shadow and only follow my orders. As you wish. Then what about the madam? That's not your concern, replied Wang Wei, glancing at her. In your career, that is the second time you've disappointed me. I hope there is not a third time. Wang Ju's body trembled. I promise there won't be. I hope so. Wang Wei left to talk to his mother. Meanwhile, Wang Ju felt a tremendous weight lifted from her shoulder. Break. Wang Ju's memory broke apart as her mind entered a state of absolute darkness. She opened her eyes and glanced at Demon Rays, her eyes red with anger and intense killing intent. Battle of Assassins 3. Demon Rays did not care for his opponent's dangerous gaze. He was only mildly surprised she survived his beastly gaze of fear with such little effort. I should not focus on fear in general, but fear of death, analyzed Demon Rays as he realized his attack was too broad. If he had focused his gaze, the final result would have been more intense. Where is she? Demon Rays activated all the receptors from the star-nosed mole, trying to detect his opponent's whereabouts. However, he searched everywhere, including the surrounding dimensions, with no success. Then, his beast instinct suddenly activated as he felt great danger coming. Demon Rays tried to move his body, but it was too late. Push! 2 daggers pierced him from his back, puncturing many of his internal organs. Demon Rays groaned in pain as blood dripped from his mouth. How can I not sense any of her movement? Such a thought flashed in his mind, but he knew this was also an opportunity since Wang Ju was so close. He moved his left hand to capture her daggers. Demon Rays' plan was to hold onto them to render her immobile while he attacked swiftly with his right hand. However, as soon as his body moved, he discovered he could not control them as easily as before. He felt something was wrong and used his divine sense to check inside and discover the source of the anomaly. Wang Ju's blades contained this weird poison or curse that made his cells attack each other. His immune system suddenly became his enemy. Demon Rays swiftly took control of his cells, but it was to no avail. It was like they now had a will of their own and refused to obey him. So he had to forcefully make them obey. Alas, trying to control billions of cells took time, and Wang Ju was not going to give him any. She suddenly disappeared and appeared before him. Her daggers pierced his heart and brain. Luckily, Demon Rays had plenty of experience and a high battle IQ. Before the second dagger pierced his brain, he activated the animal hall and acquired the power of the bighorn sheep, making his skull harder than the Dao weapon on her hand. Regardless, his eviscerated heart soon became an issue. Since he is Di Tian's shadow, he inherited the latter's mighty fleshly body. But his vitality was slowly leaking out of his body without a heart. The situation was exacerbated by the cells of his control. Her Dui realm is so concentrated, Demon Rays had to divide his mind into 3. He had to be careful of Wang Ju's movement, fighting his out-of-control cells and trying to remove her Dui realm from his body so he could regenerate. His ability is annoying, thought Wang Ju after he felt like stabbing the latter's head. Let's eliminate it. She activated the power of her dagger to the full extent of their abilities. Then, she appeared before him again and stabbed him. The moment Demon Rays was about to react and counterattack, his demonized cells became even more overbearing as they attacked his brain and nervous system. As a cultivator, he can bypass control of his body by his brain as his soul takes over. However, the process takes a few nanoseconds to switch, and that's plenty of time for Wang Ju. The leader of the Fate Shadow Guard knew her opponent had placed a lot of power to protect his brain. Although he would not die if it were destroyed, the passing of vitality will drastically be increased once these two primary organs, heart and brain, are no longer present. The daggers took care of Demon Ray's two lungs. However, this was not her main objective. The power of samsara emanated from the dagger, and immediately, the animal hall was forcefully closed. My mind was so focused on other things that I neglected that she should also have control of samsara Dao, pondered Demon Ray calmly as he used his ability to retain the already acquired animal powers. I can use that technique to deal with this situation. If that is the case, I should focus more on how she could teleport without noticing anything. Demon Ray focused all his attention on Wang Ju, ignoring his body that was rapidly falling apart. Unfortunately, Wang Ju no longer needed to teleport since he was basically useless. I guess it won't be this easy, sighed Demon Ray internally as he used his own unique technique's frowny face insect larva vitality technique. I think you should take a look at this novel. Command Emperor artifact that resembled a cube appeared above his head, encasing him in a protective barrier. Then, in an instant, all of Demon Ray's vitality was gone from his body, condensed into one place. And from that one place grew another version of himself. Push! A baby version of Demon Ray clawed out of his previous body like an insect coming out of its cocoon. The process was brutal and macabre. However, Wang Ju was finally able to see his opponent's face. He looked bland, like any ordinary person that is not easily noticeable or can blend into a crowd. Such a face was perfect to be an assassin. However, Wang Ju had the sense that this might not be his original face but changed into that to become a shadow. Despite his ordinary look, there was still something special about Demon Ray's his eyes. They looked like predators, always making people fearful or unnerving with their powerful gaze. In a few seconds, baby Demon Ray grew to his former size. So he waved his hand to put back his previous clothes. The process was as brutal as ever, thought Demon Ray, momentarily reminiscing about the past. He was born during the beginning Emperor era in a large mortal family. To be exact, he was the 9th child and the 5th son. Alas, life in that era was full of trials and tribulations for mortals. The innate life forms would spread diseases, curses, natural disasters, and even influenced internal war amongst mortals to curb their population growth. They knew the large mortal population was one talent source for cultivators, so they relentlessly targeted them. Unfortunately, Demon Ray's family was not the lucky few tribes that got to live in small worlds created and protected by powerful cultivators. And one day, when their crops suddenly died overnight, his family could not feed all of them. So, at 18 months old, he was abandoned in the forests nearby. Death should have been his end, but fate had another plan for him. Instead, a pack of wolves found and raised him as their own. Demon Ray grew up and became one of their own, taking part in hunting and gathering food. Furthermore, his mother became enlightened. She awakened her spirituality and became a demon. As a result, their pack was one of the best in that forest. Alas, things did not last long. When Demon Ray was in his 30s, a group of cultivators hunted his mother and his fellow brothers and sisters. And when he was about to die, full of hatred and grievances, he encountered a young Tion who was traveling the world to learn about all creations and see if he could one day recreate them, allowing humans to win this war. Tion thought he was interesting since he appeared to be an animal and human, so he saved his life. On that fateful day, Demon Ray asked Tion to grant him vengeance, and he would swear loyalty to him all his life. After pondering for a moment, Tion agreed and allowed it, especially since these cultivators broke the agreement between the human and demon race by hunting demons for no reason. Rho Alpha Pi D Alpha S Nu Omicron V Epsilon L. After this event, Demon Ray began a proper cultivation journey as one of Tion's subordinates. And when the latter failed his trial and had to be reincarnated, Demon Ray did not break his oath and followed him through reincarnation. In the second life, the sleepers were appropriately organized or created, and he took the name Demon Ray as a token to his late mother. He dealt with the demon race for most of his career in the sleepers as he gathered information from them. He had a natural affinity with the demon race, making it easier to get their friendship, and sometimes even pass as one of them. As such, most of his techniques are based on imitating animals, including his assassination fighting style. In the current time, after Wang Wei eliminated more than 95% of the sleepers, he was one of the few people who survived. And after testing the remaining people, Di Tian chose him as his shadow since he was one of the most loyal and had a great affinity with the technique. Demon Rays clenched his hand as he manipulated every muscle, bone, organ, and cell of his body. He wanted to adapt to this new body as soon as possible. I'm alive, but the situation has not changed much, he pondered. As long as he could not discover her teleportation technique, he would lose the momentum of this battle. The plan. Wang Ju watched helplessly as the colossal claw descended upon her with a power she knew for a fact she could not resist. Oddly, she was remarkably calm as death approached her. Her demeanor made it impossible to determine whether she had accepted her fate or had something else on her sleeve. As her final fate approached, many people waited with bated breath. Some viewers outside felt her defeat might change Di Tian's current situation. After all, these two shadows displayed prowess that shocked the world. The people who did not know about the Lord Shadow technique were freaking out as they believed a third person in this generation acquired the power of a great emperor. Meanwhile, other people believe Di Tian's only victory will not change his predicament. Although the final victory will be decided by the battle between these two unparalleled geniuses that have never appeared in the history of the Myriad Emperor world, these generals might play a significant role if used correctly. Meanwhile, Di Tian and Wang Wei observed the final clash between these shadows. Di Tian was not worried about Wang Ju's death, since he already ordered Demon Rays to capture her alive at all costs. However, he was on guard, preparing to intervene and intercept. As long as she captures Wang Ju, his chances of victory will increase drastically. Regardless, he did not celebrate yet, as he knew she would not go down without fighting back. More importantly, Wang Wei will not allow anything to happen to his people. His nature will not allow such a thing to happen. Although cold and calculating, he had a weak spot for his friends and family. Di Tian knew of this since their first battle in the heavenly abode world. When he schemed against him, his intuition could have allowed him to escape alive and unscathed. However, Li Jun and Yan Liling would have died in that world. So, he saved them while staying behind, knowing the danger. Di Tian observed his opponent and saw his expression or aura had no change for a moment during the entire situation, making it impossible for people to know what was on his mind. Then, Di Tian suddenly squinted. Wang Ju disappeared at the very last minute. No, that fluctuation, shadow switch, thought Di Tian, his mind as everything that occurred before he happened in slow motion. Wang Ju disappeared, and someone else took her place. Li Jun Rho Alpha Pi Delphius Nu Omicron V Epsilon LM, the mighty general who walked the path of slaughter, did not have a chance, as his body, soul, and Tao were instantly annihilated. Demon Rays' attack was meant for Wang Ju, and Li Jun could not even sustain the latter's attempt at capturing him. Furthermore, Wang Ju's sudden disappearance made Demon Rays' mind fluctuate and his attacks slightly uncontrollable. Li Jun is dead, thought Di Tian, his mind galloping like wild horses that were provoked. He concentrated on controlling his emotions and remaining calm. He sacrificed Li Jun for Wang Ju. This doesn't make sense for many reasons. Plus, such an act does not fit his character. Then, Di Tian's face suddenly changed as he thought of something. And immediately he also sensed something, but it was too late. Wang Wei and Wang Ju were already before him, their aura reaching the pinnacle. Wang Ju had replaced her two fake Dao weapons with Emperor artifacts. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's proving Dao artifact had already turned into a sword, and the aura he released was similar to a supreme swordsman like his father. Fate-cutting, they used the same attack as they swung their respective weapon in tandem. Upon closer observation, people would notice their breath, body, soul, and Tao resonated with each other similar to a formation, combining and elevating their attack to a higher level. Their attack did not create a regular slash. Instead, A projection of the river of fate manifested in the western quadrant. The river was composed of countless tiny strings, yet it behaved fluidly like water. However, none of that mattered, as most people who laid eyes on it would be in awe at its beauty, majesty, and horror behind its implications. Am I in control of my fate? People cultivate for various reasons. Strength, power, political status and influence, immortality, fear of death, and freedom. However, no matter the reason, as they become more powerful and learn of the world's secrets, they will ask themselves that question at one point or another. Sadly, few people can actually find the answer. And once they do, plenty wish they had never asked in the first place. After the river of fate manifested, it followed the trajectory of Wang Wei and Wang Zhe's swords, generating a silver-gray moon slash that rushed toward Di Tian with absolute speed. I think you should take a look at this novel. Kabang! The entire cosmic battlefield shook after that slash landed. Di Tian's fate line almost snapped, eliminating him from this mortal coil. Di Tian's body then appeared with a seal with the character for Samsara engraved on it floating above his head. A large wound that went from his right shoulder across his torso and to his left leg was on his body. Di Tian looked at the wound on his body, his emotions extremely calm in such a dangerous situation. Since his battle with Empress Wu, this was the first time he was injured in a direct confrontation with his peer. "So, you do bleed," said Wang Wei with a voice that seemed to naturally irritate anyone who heard it. "I guess I should have expected these low-level and shameless tactics from you." "Low-level? Shameless? Ha ha ha," laughed Wang Wei, who exuded a sense of freedom. It was like he had been in a cage for many years and was released for the first time. This kind of mindset is why you could not pass the Supreme Outlaw trial, thus losing the love of your love. A great killing intent flashed from Di Tian, making the entire battlefield tremble. However, it was brief as he quickly regained control of his emotion. Meanwhile, Wang Wei did not care as he took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relaxation he had not felt in millions of years. "Do you know, your influence on my life is more than you could fathom," said Wang Wei. "I experienced my first true defeat and humiliation during our battle in the heavenly abode world. And after day, my life contained a mountain that seemed insurmountable. I admit that I owe a great deal of today's success to you. The pressure you brought me forced me to uncover my true potential and even go beyond it." Wang Wei sighed out loud. "I once heard a storyteller say a hero or protagonist is as good as their villain. And his words are true, but I don't like them. I don't like how you forced me to live under so much pressure. I don't like how much influence you've had in my life. I always felt fate put you in my path to push me to greater heights, to tap into my latent potential. I hated that feeling of not having control." "How narcissistic," replied Di Tian with a sneer. "Have you considered you were placed here to stop me and not the other way around?" "Both can be true," nodded Wang Wei. "Heavenly Tao does not want someone of your strength, potential, and story to prove the Tao. Meanwhile, fate wishes to push to greater heights for a higher purpose. So, in many ways, our battle today was destined. You have a lot of nonsense today." Di Tian did not hide his sneer and scornful eyes. The Wang Wei he knew was direct and hardly wasted time unless he needed to. Furthermore, he disdained the concepts of fate and destiny. Their very existence indicated that his wife was fated to die the moment he created her. And that's something he refused to accept. "Haha, I do, but I can't help it. I've been bottling too many things inside," said Wang Wei with a smile. "Now that I have the chance to let them out, I feel relieved." Wang Wei then cracked his neck and shoulder. A terrifying battle intent emanated from his body. "I should have given you plenty of time," continued Wang Wei. "Now it's time to start?" Wang Wei was feeling good. Despite his words condemning fate, he felt destiny was on his side in this battle. So his confidence was at its peak. Fire Dimension. Wang Ju returned to this place after playing her part in the entire plan. The first thing she saw was Yen Liling and Tai Gang, along with the Slaughter and Undying Legion, surrounding demon rays trying to seal him. The assassin with bestial qualities and instinct seemed enraged as he discarded his safety and sanity, trying to get out of the Legion's array. Unfortunately, he had entered a weakened state after that last attack. So, not only could he no longer use Dao ancestor strength, even his immortal venerable tier power was unstable. Wang Ju did not hesitate to rush to help. Although she was in a similar situation as him, she could still provide some assistance. Plus, her team had an immortal tier alchemist, meaning she should return to decent fighting shape in a short period. Chapter 853. The second part of the plan. As soon as Wang Ju arrived, Yan Liling handed her several pills. "We don't have much time," said the alchemist, trying to hide her worry by appearing as calm as possible. "Give me a few seconds, and I'll kill him with one hit," said Wang Ju. "No need for that. We don't want the backlash to kill or injure you," explained Yan Liling. "You only need to heal and slowly grind him to death." Wang Ju pondered for a moment before agreeing. Then Yan Liling and Tai Gang handed control of the formation to her. The two proceeded to look at a spot in the fire dimension. They stared at it for almost a minute, with each passing second increasing their worries. Finally, something changed. A red sphere manifested in that spot, and their eyes brightened. An unknown smile of relief crept on Yan Liling's face as she yelled, "Hurry up!" Tai Gang knew what she was referring to and acted swiftly. He used his innate ability and technique to link his vitality to the members of the Slaughter and Undying Legion. Then, he also connected the red sphere to the link, providing it with enough life force. "Soldier, eat your pills," yelled Yan Liling, and members of the Legion began to act. While remaining in their formation, the group took pills from their space ring and swallowed them individually. Immediately afterward, the vitality or life force inside their bodies increased by 1,000 folds. Such an act should have increased their stamina and recovery ability. However, they soon noticed most of the vitality was flowing to one person. These soldiers did not ask why and only executed their orders. Meanwhile, Yan Liling watched with bated breath as the aura of the red sphere drastically increased. She observed every single fluctuation, not allowing any mistakes or outliers to occur. "It's not enough," observed Tai Gang, making Yan Liling frown. "We expected this since he would die to an emperor blow." Luckily, the attack only contained the power of an emperor and not the essence. Mortals killed by emperors are affected by causality and cannot be easily revived, including using the power of time. However, one of the weaknesses or flaws of the 10 Supremacy Foundation is that it only provides the strength of an emperor and not the immortal essence of a higher dimensional entity. Yan Liling waved her hand to create a large formation with the red sphere at the center. She then waved her hand to place healing and vitality immortal pills as different formation nodes. With this method, the effects of the pills will combine, creating a better effect than if they were all taken simultaneously. Yan Liling was about to wait for the result when she thought of something. She gazed in the distance, her eyes penetrating countless layers of space. She saw a dimension full of wood energy. "Excellent," she thought as she waved her hand to create 2 more formations. The first one connected to the wood dimension and drew all the wood energy. The second formation converted wood energy into vitality with unparalleled efficiency. With all these efforts, the red sphere swiftly changed, morphing from its previous appearance to that of a humanoid. And over time, that humanoid changed to Li Jun's appearance. "That was easier than I anticipated," were the first words of the mighty slaughter god, and he was not talking nonsense. In the process of his revival, of going from a state of destruction to existence, he discovered a few of his atoms that were not completely obliterated by that attack. So, he used them to accelerate his revival. Li Jun instinctively raised his arm to catch the beauty that rushed in. A brilliant smile plastered on his face. "I thought I would never see you again," muttered Yan Liling, trying to control her emotions and not cry on this occasion. "The plan was perfect so that nothing would have happened," reassured Li Jun with a soothing voice as he gently caressed her back. "And if things go wrong, you would only need to become the next DT on. This is not funny." reproached Yen Liling. Yes, I was wrong. You would become the next Su Shi. Ouch. Li Jun felt a sharp pain from his waist, sending a chill down his soul. It was then he remembered his wife's most potent attack method, using her nails to twist his skin. All right, I apologize. I won't make any more jokes. That's what I thought. On another note, it seems I've become more handsome, said Li Jun, playing with the many white hairs near his temple. The combination of red and white did enhance his charm, granting a layer of gentleness to his usual sharp and straight aura. Are you all right? I only have less than 10,000 years of lifespan left, said Li Jun. The good news is the situation is not as bad as grandfather. Yen Liling sighed in relief. If that were the case, Li Jun's situation should be healed with Elder Dan. By the way, you need to turn your hair back to red, Yen Liling suddenly announced. Why? I look so handsome. Too handsome. We don't need you to be tempted and revert to your old ways. Li Jun's mouth twitched, wondering what happened with world-defying trust between companions. The two married couples looked at the source of the sound. I'm sorry to break this happy reunion, but what is our next course of action? Do we leave the battlefield? No, we must stay, replied Li Jun, gazing at the cosmic layer where a battle that would forever be engraved in the annals of history was taking place. Especially Wang Ju, he continued. If we could find a way to revert her to her prime state, she could be useful and become a variable. After using her Emperor attack, Wang Ju won't be able to do so again after 10 million years. In other words, she can use one attack in one generation. However, there are ways they could reduce the method and maybe allow her to do it again in this battle by paying a certain price. In that case, let's go help and relieve her pressure. Do you want to capture that shadow? Asked Tai Gang, who knew his boss had a soft spot for talent since he planned to traffic them to the upper dimension. Although that lad seemed too loyal and might not fit the criteria for people chosen, there might be other ways around this issue. No, since Wang Ju can become another variable with our help, he might have a similar method. So, he must be killed as soon as possible, replied Li Jun, who no longer wasted time and rushed over to help. Meanwhile, Yen Liling stopped Tai Gang, who also wanted to help. Do you want to use these arrays to recondense your fleshly body? Tai Gang paused as he glanced at the formation. No, I was hoping the big boss would condense a better body for me after he proves the Tao. That's fine, nodded Yen Liling, preparing to close the formations. Wait, suddenly said Tai Gang. Have you changed your mind? No, I just had a brilliant idea, replied Tai Gang, and Yen Liling had a perplexed expression. Could you channel the power of one of these dimensions to allow me to refine my soul? Asked Tai Gang. I feel this is my opportunity to go from peak gold to peak jade quality. That's not a bad idea. You think so as well? I was thinking we could revert the fire dimension to its previous state. Then, I can use the flame energy to temper my soul, added Tai Gang. That's too inefficient. There is a yang and yin dimension. We can channel the power in these places to temper your soul, commented Yen Liling. No, with such immense energy, we can do many things with these two dimensions. They can use the power of yin and yang to accelerate Wang Ju's recovery. Li Jun can increase some of his lifespans while also tempering his body, and she can use their energy to refine a few essential pills. Let's rush the idea by the others first, said Yen Liling as they rushed over. Demon Rays was fighting an Azura created by the combination of the Slaughter Spear and the Legion's formation. Upon observation, it's obvious he won't last long. And as expected, he soon could not last and died under a violent spear attack. Wang Ju and Li Jun sighed in relief. What's wrong? He asked as he saw the two approached. Yen Liling explained Tai Gang's idea to him. It's not a bad idea. However, the risks are also too high. The risks? Asked Tai Gang. Why do you think Heavenly Tao made the battlefield in such a manner? A prepared battlefield for the clash of these two titans, answered Tai Gang immediately. Exactly. The cosmic star layer won't hold them for long, and the other dimension is for when that happens. Tai Gang sighed in awe as he remembered how the cosmic star's space was reinforced. But even then, it's not enough for those two. So my plan is a no-go? Not necessarily. Wang Ju inserted. The layout of these extra dimensions is that they are stacked on each other. So once the cosmic star battlefield is eventually destroyed, they have to descend in an orderly manner. Is the fire dimension the first layer? Asked Li Jun. Yes, and the Yin dimension is the last. So we must wait there to ensure we don't get in their way. We can also execute Tai Gang's plan. In that case, let's hurry. Cosmic Star Layer, Western Quadrant. A battle for the ages had begun. Chapter 854. Rematch? Dition felt an uncontrollable anger rise from deep in his heart after that bastard used his own words against him. Although he knew the latter did it on purpose to rile him up, he could not help it. Back then, that cocky little bastard was nothing but an ant struggling to survive before him. But now, he could look and talk to him with contempt and disdain. Dition took a deep breath to calm down. He focused on removing all distracting thoughts, giving all his attention to this battle. The first thing he did was forcibly close the wound on his chest, but it did not mean he was healed. The Tao will not technique, thought Dition as he felt his opponent's Dui realm inside his body. There are many uses or applications of the Tao will and, in turn, the Dui realm. And one of the categories of these applications is how to prevent the enemy from removing the will from their bodies. And that's where the knotting technique originated from. By condensing the Tao will into a shape similar to a knot, it makes it 10 times to 100 times more challenging to remove it. Tao will is inherently difficult to control, let alone the more rigid Dui realm. Even our current pseudo-Tao will should be difficult to use such a technique, yet his was flawless. Furthermore, knowledge about the Dui realm has almost become extinct in this era. How did he recreate them? Is his talent so much different than mine? For the first time in a long time, Dition felt resentful. His talent was amongst the best, even in his era, which was full of geniuses. However, compared to monsters like Empress Wu and Wang Wei, he can only feel despair. No, something is not right, he thought, and his mind became clearer. That bastard left a spiritual hint on me to secretly influence my mind. He understood that the previous tactic and injury were not simply to weaken him. His opponent was a mastermind tactician, and any of his actions will have countless effects, many unforeseen or undetectable. All these thoughts flashed in Dition's mind in less than a nanosecond. Then he saw Wang Wei's smirking face rushing toward him, his fighting aura and bloodlust at an all-time high. Boom! Wang Wei's fist, boosted by the power of his pseudo-Tao will, clashed with Dition's cross-arm, also protected by his pseudo-Tao will. And the result was that the ancient powerhouse was sent a few dozen meters away, with his bone more painful than it had ever been. His fleshly body is more powerful than me, by at least 6 or 7 fiend god force. And adding his more subtle control of his Tao will, my bones won't last long in a direct confrontation. Dition's mind once again became turbulent. How long did it take him to reach such a level? The knowledge from 10 lives and cultivating for 9. He spent years training, learning, struggling, and innovating before having today's achievement. And yet, in one short generation, someone else caught on with him and surpassed him. Fate is really unfair, isn't it? Suddenly said Wang Wei, who seemed capable of reading his mind. Bang! The space of the 4 quadrants shook and twisted as Wang Wei's kick was like an unparalleled axe slashing primordial chaos into 2. Then, his attack was followed by a subtle sound of cracking. My bones are cracked, thought Dition, who managed to rein in his thoughts. Not only is his fleshly body and Tao will higher than mine, but even his control over his body is also higher. His current achievement is that he can control every atom and subatomic particle of his body. However, from those 2 attacks, he sensed Wang Wei had reached another realm. A realm where he could control his essence, which is the source of the flesh, just like spirit is for the soul and chi is for all energy between heaven and earth. Tian summarized all his opponent's abilities while coming up with ways or methods to deal with them. During such a short period, his bones had already healed to their perfect state. After his injury, he already knew how to deal with his opponent, prevent the latter's pseudo-Dao will from entering his body and deactivating his regenerating factor. "I have to say, you are much weaker than I anticipated," said Wang Wei while shaking his head. "I'm quite disappointed, and you have allowed such short success to get to your head." "You think so? Well, it's only human nature to indulge in one's success. In that case, why don't you show me the errors of my way?" "Calm down, calm down, calm down. He's only antagonizing you," thought Tian repeatedly in his mind to ensure his rationality. The power of samsara flashed from his body as a gate manifested behind. Wang Wei recognized this gate as it appeared on a previous battlefield, the animal hall. As the gate opened, a terrifying creature walked out. It was a colossal elephant with scale all over its body, 2 dragon horns, and his trunk looked like a dragon's body. "Chaos life form, dragon elephant," pondered Wang Wei. Not many things about this powerful creature are known, except for a few legends. Rumors have it that this creature used its physical body alone to suppress the entirety of samsara independently. The dragon elephant fused with Tian, turning into a tattoo on his chest. Then his aura drastically increased. He gazed at Wang Wei, full of bloodlust. "In the end, you still fell for it," thought Wang Wei, his mind extremely calm. Tian's fleshly body and physical prowess were not on par with him. So, the best course of action would be to switch to another field that he had the advantage. But no, instead, he used a technique to boost his stats and compete with Wang Wei. And in this process, he had already lost the rhythm of the battle. The space shattered as it could bear the physical force released by Tian as he used it as standing to accelerate forward. And his punch contained a suppressing power that transcends gravity, forcing space-time from fluctuating or releasing any curvature. Bang! Wang Wei raised his left hand to block the attack. However, upon immediate contact, he detected the force behind it was beyond his means. So, he acted calmly as he used his pig zodiac technique. He absorbed the force that went beyond his capability and stored them in his acupoints. Then, in an instant, he used his right to release them by punching Tian's head. Tian swiftly evaded such a terrifying punch capable of destroying trillions of galaxies with little to no effort. Subsequently, he released a force that pushed his opponent a small distance from him. Finally, he appeared above Wang Wei, using a drop kick that resembled an axe slashing anything beneath it. Wang Wei secretly shook his head after seeing this. Ox Zodiac, the power his body could exert drastically increased as he clashed head-on with Tian's foot. Boom! A terrifying storm composed of chaotic space and time energy manifested from the place of contact of these two gods. No, great emperors. And in the final result, Wang Wei took a dozen steps back into the void before stopping. "Now we are talking," said Wang Wei with a smug look. "However, let me warn you first. If that's the only thing you have, you will barely count as an opponent. It seems your arrogance has no limit." "It's called confidence," replied Wang Wei before rushing over, his speed faster than teleportation as he used the Rabbit Zodiac. Upon his arrival, he released a barrage of punches, his speed so fast that it appeared as if he was not moving to the untrained eyes. Tian returned his arrogance and aggressiveness by returning punches to punches. In the first few punches, Wang Wei only used regular attacks. Then, he would focus all the forces in his body on a point before exploding them like the Big Bang. This technique drastically increased his attack potency. However, Tian was not outdone as he used the same technique. After living so long, he knows how to use his forces properly. And the result was a draw. With the dragon elephant, Tian's physical prowess is technically above Wang Wei. However, he made up for the gap by simply using his higher boost using his pseudo-Dao will and higher manipulation of his body. Amid this barrage, Wang Wei used his Rat Zodiac to create a clone that appeared on Tian's right. The latter reacted swiftly by releasing a terrifying suppressing power that crushed the clone into oblivion. A flaw, thought Wang Wei as he took advantage of Di Tian's brief distraction to punch directly into the previous place he was injured. Rematch 2. Wang Wei's punch contained a penetrating strength that targeted Di Tian's injury with the intention of worsening his condition. Di Tian activated his first line of defense, his skin. His plan was to delay enough time to prepare a few more defenses. Unfortunately, his reaction was not as swift as the attack. So, he could barely control his muscles to reduce the force. Regardless, the sword wound on his rib cages and internal organs suddenly worsened. Why is his nodding technique so persistent? The rate at which I weaken it is abysmal, thought Di Tian, who was always secretly trying to remove his opponent's pseudo-Dao will. This is not the right approach for this battle. I need to get rid of my current state, no matter the price. Di Tian knew only one way to deal with the annoying Dao will: abandon his current body and regenerate a new one. However, if I do that, my stamina will drastically decrease. The Samsara Lord did not hesitate for much longer, as he knew he would suffer even more if he continued fighting in such a terrible state. As for the issue of his stamina, he only needed to ensure this battle was short by exponentially increasing the intensity of his attacks. Bang! A terrifying force weighed on Wang Wei. It was like it was carrying the weight of the entire myriad emperor world on his back. Is this the power of the dragon elephant? According to legend, the dragon elephant's body was so powerful that it naturally released a pressure that could suppress heaven and earth. Wang Wei heard the sound of his bone croaking. He then briefly thought about how this pressure was the best tempering method for his body. Sadly, this was not the time and place for such a thing. Then, he activated his skin's divine ability and released an innate force field that alienated him from the effect of the pressure. However, the suppressing force was Di Tian's bait or misdirection. A large gate manifested behind him. It was obvious that he was prepared for something. So, Wang Wei did not let him succeed and immediately punched the gate into oblivion. Alas, this was another misdirection. While the gate bought him enough time, he opened his mouth to spew a red flame that rapidly turned into a phoenix. Then, Di Tian's body suddenly aged into an old man before becoming as skinny as a mummy. Finally, the phoenix turned into another version of himself, albeit slightly paler. Turning the chaos flame into the phoenix's flame of rebirth, analyzed Wang Wei. That's the most efficient way to deal with my nodding technique. However, time is now in my favor. He rushed toward his opponent. The surrounding space twisted before leaving permanent burn scars forever engraved in the fabric of space-time itself. What kind of flaming ability is this? He thought with great concentration. With his defense, how could any flame have such an effect? Furthermore, it was a flame he did not recognize. No, it's not a flame. He's controlling the internal heat of his body and releasing it outside. Bang! He blocked the upcoming fist, but he could hear the sound of his sizzling flesh. He glanced at his arm with a trace of surprise. His skin divine ability is to drastically reduce the damage that anything that comes in contact with his skin can do. Yet, he saw a significant burning mark on his arm. Moreover, it was not the end. Di Tian could feel the surroundings were different. It was like he was deep inside a sauna, volcano, or deep in a planet's core. The heat was so intense that he could feel his skin dehydrating, his muscles shrinking, his bones melting, and his organs failing. Given how potent Di Tian's fleshly body was, this reaction would shock anyone who knew. After all, at his level, he should be immune to all flames, and yet, the temperature of Wang Wei's body did such damage to him. Di Tian hurriedly controlled his kidney so that he fused water material when refining them. With the blessing of the water element, he countered the effect of the heat. Alas, his tactic soon proved to be a mistake. Wang Wei predicted his actions and immediately opened his mouth to blow. The breath came from his mighty lungs, so as soon as it hit, Di Tian's body began to freeze. I think you should take a look at Snovel. The sudden change from extreme heat to extreme cold did great damage to the Samsara Lord, affecting his skin and muscle. Furthermore, the water element inside his body reacted to the coldness of the breath, freezing his internal organs, bones, and ligaments. Dition generated intense heat or flame from his heart to deal with his current situation. And in less than a nanosecond, his body should eliminate these abnormal conditions and return to its peak state. Unfortunately, Wang Wei did not want to give him that time. He clenched his fist, making the space tremble in the process. He gathered the strength of his muscles and bones, which had reached the level of refining Emperor artifacts by a capable weapon refiner. He punched forward with unparalleled momentum. Alas, he failed at least, but was not as successful as he wished. Dition reacted quickly. He learned from his opponent's strange battle tactic and controlled his blood, which was not affected by both the heat and the cold because of its extreme yang energy, to come out of his body and turn into blood spikes. The blood spikes targeted Wang Wei's fist and his upper torso. With relative ease, they penetrated his skin and the force field. However, Wang Wei reacted before they reached his muscles and penetrated deeper. Wang Wei controlled one of the trace elements that his body used to produce iron. He boosted the iron to an unimaginable level and mutated it before reinforcing his already indestructible muscles. Clink! A metallic sound echoed in the void as Dition's blood spikes hit Wang Wei's metallized muscles. Boom! Wang Wei's fist did not stop because of the opponent's attack. So, with his punctured skin, he overpowered the blood spikes and punched Dition's face, sending him flying thousands of meters away. Tiger Zodiac, the mass and density of Wang Wei suddenly increased at an alarming rate. His size did not change, but his mass and density became 1,000,000 times the observable universe back on Earth. He became so massive and dense that he generated his own gravitational force that twisted all 4 quadrants of this battle. Not bad, thought Wang Wei. He was disappointed with the tiger, snake, horse, goat, rooster, monkey, and dog zodiac. So, he changed their ability, creating his own unique 12 zodiac technique. And the ability to control his mass and density is the result of the tiger zodiac. Using the massive gravitational force, Wang Wei launched himself forward. His objective is pretty simple and straightforward: smash into Dition with all this weight or mass. His attack was as if he took trillion upon trillion of galaxies, or millions of middle thousand worlds, and hit him all at once. By his estimation, he will do terrible damage once he hits. Dition's face changed as he saw the charging bull heading toward him. His body was still fighting the force of the previous punch, so his actions were limited. Yet, something else even more terrifying was coming. He had limited time to detect things and make a decision. So, Dition did not figure out Wang Wei's technique. However, his years of experience, intuition, and battle instinct told him he could not be hit. Otherwise, he would be in an even worse situation than when he was injured. His body suddenly became transparent, and Wang Wei's charging body passed through like he was nothing but a phantom or a mirage. His body became incorporeal. Is this a technique based on real and illusory, truth and false? Wang Wei reacted swiftly. As soon as his body passed through, he abruptly stopped his momentum. It was like he ignored the concept of acceleration and inertia. His back faced Dition, and they were less than a few centimeters apart. Furthermore, Dition's body was still on the move. Yet Wang Wei moved his body and turned around to kick Dition away. Boom! The latter's speed of flying drastically increased. He turned into a streak of light as he flew from the western quadrant to the eastern quadrant in a matter of seconds. No, something did not feel right with that last kick, thought Wang Wei. It reminded me of someone else, Yi Liangsang. It should be immunity to physical damage. Could this be one of the divine abilities he acquired after refining his body parts? Or another technique I did not know? Wang Wei frowned as he realized something. His oracle mirror was not as reliable as he thought. Rematch 3. Wang Wei only learned 95% of knowledge about Dition, mostly focused on his techniques and abilities. However, the remaining 5% involved his true hidden trump cards and the crux of this battle. However, something occurred that made his Oracle Mirror almost absolute. Tian achieved 10 supremacy. All the knowledge he learned about his opponent was during his 9 Extremity Foundation, rendering most of his knowledge obsolete. After all, after achieving 10 supremacy, Wang Wei updated his Fate Transcending Sutra, removing some useless techniques, improving others, and creating a bunch of new methods that can reflect his current strength. And he reckoned Tian did the same for his 9 Samsara Fist. In conclusion, the overwhelming advantage he thought he would have due to information was drastically reduced. All these thoughts flashed in Wang Wei's eyes as he rushed toward his opponent and punched him again, his body as heavy and dense as ever. However, the result was the same. It was not effective. So, it is immunity to physical attack. What about elements and others? He swiftly controlled the electrical impulses in his body and combined them with the divine punishment Thunder Sealed since he first entered the Dui realm. Tian calmly tanked his attack before counterattacking with a punch of his own. Boom! Wang Wei flew away, and the sound of his bones cracking echoed in the void, followed by blood spewing from his mouth. I need to hurry, thought Tian as he went on the offensive. His skin ability recently mutated, giving him a short and temporary immunity to all attacks. However, he discovered something from that last attack. High intensity and potent attacks will shorten the time he can stay in such a state. With those 2 attacks, the time he can stay in that state has reduced by a few minutes. Tian rushed toward Wang Wei to punch and explode his head. However, his fist only hit the air. Before the moment of impact, Wang Wei dispersed all the molecules and atoms of his head, including his primordial spirit and sea of consciousness, allowing him to evade that brutal punch. His headless body then attacked Tian's stomach. His attempt was futile, but this was not his main objective. Using the force of his punch, he moved dozens of meters backward, distancing himself from his opponent. Then, his atoms reconstructed his head, and his primordial spirit returned to its rightful place. He's indeed immune to all attacks, thought Wang Wei. In that previous attack, he used his Dragon Zodiac to attack Tian's immunity. Although I did not succeed, I learned something new. Tian's technique was similar to his state of intangibility and may be less stable. There is a time limit which can be reduced after being overwhelmed. For the next 30 seconds, Wang Wei did not directly confront his opponent and used his speed advantage to evade. He used the Rabbit Zodiac to the pinnacle, along with subtle control of the space from his muscle divine ability. I need another method, thought Tian as he deactivated his ability. Such a technique was a life-saving method in such a dangerous battle, so he did not want to overuse it. And since his attempt to use it in a more offensive way failed, it was unwise to continue. So, without hesitation, he chose another tactic. Roalfian Dialphias Nu Omicron V Epsilon Elmi activated the concept of his body, thought Wang Wei. Body refiners also require some level of comprehension to reach a high level as they need to imbue some concepts into their bodies, usually during the blood tempering phase. Wang Wei chose nothingness as his concept that would allow his body to become eternal or everlasting. If I remember correctly, he chose indestructible. From his knowledge, indestructible was the concept most used by body refiners. And that's one of the main reasons they are called indestructible Empyreans after opening the gate of power. To be precise, indestructible is the main path or concept chosen by Grand Tao for the body refining path. In the adult Fiend God realm or the 5th stage of the True Power Tao realm, the flesh tribulation involves this concept, and there are even correlations with willpower. After activating his power, Tian did not waste time. He rushed toward his opponent with unparalleled momentum. He was like a bulldozer that would wipe out everything in its path. And that's exactly what he did. I think you should take a look at this novel. Wang Wei created a barrier of powerful elemental attacks before him. He used the innate energy stored in his 5 internal organs. He used his Chaos Flame and Divine Punishment Thunder, but it was useless. Tian did not slow down as he let these things touch his indestructible body and headed straight to his opponent. After seeing the result of his actions, Wang Wei tried the next best course of action, to use his speed advantage. Alas, this tactic was useless this time around. Di Tian's shoes suddenly released an aura of mystery and nobleness. It was a chaos treasure designated for speed. Furthermore, with his new state, Di Tian could now mobilize more of the dragon elephant's suppression ability. The environment around Wang Wei changed, placing him into a state similar to intense gravity, thus drastically reducing his speed. Boom! With one punch, Wang Wei spewed a large mouthful of blood. His internal organs were punctured, his bones cracked, and his muscles ravaged. However, such an injury was insignificant to him and healed in an instant. Before being hit, he raised all his defense to an unimaginable level. He focused the iron produced by his body to harden his body. He used the gold and earth elements from his organs to reinforce his body for a second time. He used the yin-yang balance of his body for a third layer of defense. And finally, controlled his pseudo-Dao will to an extreme level, abandoning all attack for defense. So, not only was his defense at an all-time high, but he also prevented Di Tian's Dao will from entering his body and negating his regeneration. Damn it, why has his speed and defense reached such an extreme? Complained Di Tian, who felt he was fighting two people who cultivated speed and defense Dao to the limit. In his frustration, he became more aggressive as he rushed forward. He entered an extreme state where his spirit was extremely focused. As such, Di Tian's control over his pseudo-Dao will reach the highest level in his life. Battle is a great way to evolve and progress. After reaching 10 supremacy, Di Tian and Wang Wei had to train with the insurgents of their respective factions. However, these battles were not death battles with a great stake. So, there is a limit to how much they can grow from it. But now it is different. They could fight each other without restraint while learning from each other. Di Tian's attack annihilates the space behind Wang Wei. However, his attack was useless as the latter turned his body into a fire elemental, becoming immune to his physical attack. Di Tian reacted swiftly as he kicked Wang Wei on the side of his ribs. His foot turned into a water elemental, sending him flying while bleeding fire for blood. Another anomaly, thought Wang Wei as he sensed the pain on his side. His elemental power contained something else. It seems to be a breath of chaos. What's going on? His mind worked extremely fast as he analyzed the weird aura. It reminded him of his chaos flame, but it was of water attribute. Could it be he has fused with chaos water, chaos earth, chaos metal, chaos wood, and chaos flame? Impossible. The mirror told me he used extreme innate materials for his organs except for the heart, where he used chaos flame like me. Wang Wei was confused, but Di Tian would not give him time to plan and strategize. Wang Wei suddenly became aggressive and met Di Tian's blow by punching him too. As expected, his arm almost broke because of the other's indestructible nature. And even his dragon zodiac did not work. However, he expected this outcome. His arm suddenly bent 360 degrees backward as if he had no joints, ligaments, or muscles. However, such a tactic allowed him to disperse most of the force from the punch with only a few cracked bones. Taking this opportunity when Di Tian was closed, he headbutted him with great ferocity. And the result was the deformation of his cranium. Regardless, his objective was achieved. When he was very close, his eyes suddenly released a terrifying heat vision that pushed Di Tian backward. Even such a concentrated attack did no damage. Thought Wang Wei, feeling more things were abnormal. His previous immunity ability originated from his skin ability from the ancient desolate body refining scripture. However, this ability was different from what the Oracle Mirror revealed. Could it be the result of achieving 10 supremacy? No, it does not make sense. All my abilities increased in potency but did not completely mutate or change. Wang Wei knew this might be one of those trump cards from the 5% of the unknown. In this case, I must push him further to reveal more abilities. Rematch. 4. A black lightning suddenly flashed around Wang Wei's eyes. His gaze became more intense and his aura more overbearing. The surrounding space twisted as if incapable of bearing his presence. Cracks appeared on Wang Wei's face, making him look a little scary. Oops, I used too much, he thought as the cracks healed and the intensity of the black lightning diminished. That should be the limit of my body. Wang Wei flew forward, his speed drastically faster than before. However, his path left a trail of black lightning behind. Boom! He punched Tian, who had a ghastly look on his face. The sound of bone cracking reverberated in the infinite void of space. However, this was the beginning. Wang Wei went for a punch on the latter's head to explode it. However, Tian took a page from his book and turned his head into water element through his ability to control elements from tempering his organs. Sadly, it was useless. Wang Wei's punch could ignore his indestructible nature, let alone his elemental body. Luckily, his attack did reduce the damage to some extent. Boom! Wang Wei made a second punch, and this one with even more ferocity. And with this one attack, Tian's body exploded into oblivion as every matter and molecule of his body was annihilated by the sheer force behind that attack. Wang Wei was not happy with his success. He looked in the distance where Tian's new body was. At least a minute before his death, he forced a drop of his blood through his fingers. And from that drop, he regenerated his new body. Willpower manifestation, thought Tian with an ugly expression. He should have expected this. Someone like Yin Zhen accomplished an incomplete will manifestation. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's talent for body refining was higher than the latter, especially after swallowing Jisong's heavenly axe physique. So, why would he not accomplish a better willpower manifestation? As for him, he had never achieved a willpower manifestation for many reasons, mainly because of his closed mind. Based on his knowledge, only exceptionally talented people who reached the middle and late stages of the infant fiend god realm can awaken their willpower. And most people will have to wait after opening the gate of power, which no one has ever accomplished in the lower dimension, before they can succeed. With this mindset, Tian never tried to manifest his willpower and take control of it. For a moment, he remembered a comment one of his teachers, a pure true power Tao realm emperor, said regarding this power. I torture my body to manifest my will, and from now on, my will is above heaven and earth's logic. And with this brief confrontation, he knew the meaning of these words. His body is currently in a state of indestructibility, but Wang Wei's fist did not care. His will believes it can destroy something indestructible, so it did. Wang Wei instantly appeared before Tian and punched him in one of the acupoints that rendered his body immobile. Then, he held the latter by the head before carrying him like unwanted luggage. Using the earth elements in his spleen to create dozens of giant planets with no life. And without hesitation, he carried Tian as his shield, breaking through these planets. No, a better way to explain it was he used him as a jackhammer to dig through these planets one by one. However, he was unsatisfied with the planets, so he used his chaos flames to create stars. Then, he used his muscle divine ability to fold the space into stack walls. Bang! 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 Tian broke through these space walls one by one, his back and head bleeding intensely. Tian tried every method to remove his opponent's deadly grip on him. However, Wang Wei's willpower was the most overbearing power he had ever seen. Any methods he tried, the black lightning would forcibly destroy them or render them useless. Tian felt great humiliation but controlled his mind to be as calm as possible. And amid this humiliation, his spirit reached an unprecedented height. Crackle! A black lightning flashed in his fist as he punched Wang Wei's face. Willpower manifestation? Did he have a breakthrough during our battle and learn from me? However, it did not matter. Although Tian's willpower was extremely high, even higher than Yin Zhen's, it was nothing compared to Wang Wei. Fortunately, his action of manifesting his willpower caught Wang Wei off guard for a brief moment. I think you should take a look at this novel. Kabang! Tian kicked him away, and his right boot's aura drastically diminished in the process. He used a secret technique to overload his chaos treasure boot, allowing him to generate a tremendous attack. The downside to this method is that the boot will be weakened for between a few minutes to a few hours. "I guess I overestimated you," said Dition with a sneer. "You have the perfect opportunity to inflict heavy damage on me. Instead, you used it to humiliate me? I thought you were better than this." "Well, I am not," replied Wang Wei calmly. "Our battle is not only a battle of revenge for me, but also a process of spiritual cleansing." As he said these words, his aura changed subtly. It was like a significant burden from him was also lifted, just like when the battle started. "As I said before, you've always been a mountain pressing on me. And in today's battle, I will not only overcome the mountain but conquer it." Wang Wei cracked his head and shoulders. Of course, he chose something that appeared useless because time was on his side for this battle. He has the advantage of stamina, so a prolonged battle is advantageous to him. And with his actions, he has slowly brought the advantage in the mental state area to his side. Veins appeared on Dition's neck and forehead. However, he breathed deeply to calm down. The combination of his willpower and Tao will is a nightmare. There is a reason that eternal emperors, and even pseudo-eternals, who are body refiners, are trouble throughout the entire chaos universe. And that reason is their control of their willpower and Tao will. With these two things boosting their speed, defense, and attack and nullifying the opponent's regeneration, they are the pinnacle of individuals in any chaos worlds. Furthermore, they are the nightmare of other groups because it is easier for these people to kill everlasting Empyreans and boundless paragons. However, it is not easy for anyone to reach the paragon realm with these two powers because of the restrictions of true heavenly Tao and grand Tao. Anyone who walks these two paths will suffer terrible tribulations if they want to become boundless and inextinguishable paragons. "If I want a chance to win this battle, my only choice is to use that," thought Dition, who hesitated whether to release such a trump card so early in this battle. However, he soon made a decision after seeing the killing intent in Wang Wei's eyes as the black lightning flashed around his eyes. Furthermore, he had already decided that a short battle was to his advantage. His aura suddenly changed, followed by physical changes to his body. His skin became silver, followed by 4 pointy horns on his head. His clothes fused with his skin, leaving only pants. His white and black hair floated behind him as if there was wind in this void space. He grew claws along with a tail. Bat-like wings grew behind his back. In general, Dition was quite intimidating. He had the aura of a primordial and ancient being that had just awakened. His presence was awe-inspiring, inducing fundamental worship and fear embedded deep in any weak creatures watching this battle. The ancient, desolate god transformation? Is this his trump card? Wang Wei did not believe it to be so. Although this transformation allowed the fleshly body to reach an optimal state, the increase in strength granted was minimal for their current stage. The greatest benefit of this transformation after achieving 10 supremacy is to increase the regeneration speed and intensity. For example, if usually Wang Wei and Dition could only regenerate 1,000, the transformation would increase the number between 50,000 to 10,000. However, the increase in things like attack and speed was minimal. It also optimized defense but was barely higher than the other stats. Roalphan Dialphius nu Omicron V Epsilon L mass expected. He was correct. Dition's aura suddenly changed and became more ancient, noble, and fierce. Wang Wei felt his body instinctively tremble as he felt that aura. It was like his body immediately knew it meant someone extremely noble and fearful and should show respect. "This is," muttered Wang Wei as he controlled his body, not missing a single moment of Dition's transformation. His ancient, desolate god transformation changed. To be precise, he reverted to a normal-looking body. The only difference was the strange tattoos on Dition's chest, followed by his completely purple eyes with no iris. Rematch, v. Unedited chapter, Fiend God, muttered Wang Wei. This was the first time he sensed this aura, but he instinctively knew who and where it originated from. As the noblest creature between heaven and earth, anyone who met it would immediately know what it was. Fiend gods, an immortal race in which their newborn has the strength compared to immortal venerables and Tao ancestors. And before they can reach adulthood, all of them will have power compared to a great emperor. The lowest level of luck that a fiend god will be born with his two colors from the rainbow luck, and those with the most potential will be white luck or the luck of paragons. Their bodies are bred by primordial chaos, so they are born with the best fleshly body in the chaos universe. Their infants are capable of destroying weak worlds because of their flesh. Before the rise of the body-refining path and the emperor path, fiend gods were considered the most powerful creatures in the chaos universe, envied and respected by all heaven and myriad worlds. The only flaw of this creature was their very strict hierarchical society. The status of a fiend god was decided by their birth, based on their bloodline limit, which indicated whether their final potential is to become tier 12, and what type of primordial law they were born with would determine their members' status. For example, fiend gods born with any of the 5 supreme outlaws with a tier 12 bloodlines were the most renowned in any clan and had the highest status. Then, the hierarchy is followed by the people born with outlaw Daos and potent Daos. However, over the years, the custom of the fiend god clan had to change due to the rise of paragons and the emperor path. Certain fiend gods could break the limitation of their primordial law by acquiring the heaven will and eventually paragons. With such strength, they could even challenge the elders born with the 5 supreme outlaws. As such, many clans changed the rules to allow the more powerful members to have higher positions. However, some clans were stubborn and banned any of their members from participating in the heaven will battle and walking the path of the emperor. Anyone who broke this promise will be hunted down and executed. Wang Wei looked at Di Tian's transformation with great concentration. Is this one of his trump cards? The bloodline of a fiend god. He had to admit that he was not expecting such a thing. Fiend gods were rare creatures because they considered primordial chaos their homes, so they rarely entered chaos worlds. And with the contradictions between paragons and acquired life forms, the situation escalated even worse. Furthermore, even if a fiend god were to enter a chaos world, they would appear in the upper dimension. Heavenly Tao would not allow these powerful beings with unlimited potential to appear in the lower dimension because of the catastrophic damage they could create yet. So, in Wang Wei's mind, it was impossible for anything related to fiend god to appear in the lower dimension. Is that surprise I see in your face? Asked Di Tian as he clenched his hand, feeling the power bursting through his veins. I have to admit, you have surprised me beyond what I could calculate. I guess I should take this as a compliment coming from you, Di Tian replied with a sneer and a smug look. His fiend god bloodline was the reward the acquired life council granted him after creating many talented humans with the potential of becoming emperors and eternals. Although it was only 1 drop of diluted blood from a fiend god, it was more than enough, especially since it originated from an adult. Di Tian had access to that drop of blood for too long, and in his many reincarnations, he tried to absorb it with no success. Although it was only a drop, that thing was very arrogant and would not accept a weak body fusing with it and acquiring a small portion of its bloodline. As such, over the years, Di Tian has been using it to temper his body to ensure his body and soul were compatible with the blood. According to his original plan, he would fuse with it after proving the Tao, ensuring his powerful bloodline could give him a greater boost from his Tao Bodhis awakening. And as fate would have it, Di Tian's inability to fuse with this blood was what saved him from Wu Hong's clutches. Otherwise, she would have taken it from his body after sealing him. Di Tian exhaled out loud. After so many years, he finally met the requirement. And he had to admit, he felt a sense of accomplishment afterward. Let's see the power of this body, he thought. Boom! He instantly appeared before his opponent and punched him into a streak of light that flew from one quadrant to another. I think you should take a look at this novel. Commonly bone fractures? Not enough. He appeared before Wang Wei and began a slugfest of fists. Their arms were moving so fast with these furries of fists that only a few insurgents watching the battle could perceive them. Boom! Di Tian punched Wang Wei in the stomach, almost making him spill all his saliva and the launch his mother made for him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt his body was hit by a high-speed train. The damage is still minimal. Is this the power of willpower manifestation and Tao will? Analyzed Di Tian, who knew how powerful his attacks were. Furthermore, Fiend God's body contained an aura from primordial chaos that was corrosive to weak flesh. Yet, with all these advantages, he failed to significantly injure his opponent. Furthermore, he could not place his Tao will inside Wang Wei's body to negate his regeneration. Let's try this new power I acquired. Black lightning flashed around Di Tian's eyes as he essentially speed-blitzed Wang Wei, who stood in the distance. Then, a cacophony of bones breaking echoed in the northern quadrant as Di Tian went on a rampage, punching his opponent as if he wanted to pummel him into oblivion. Subsequently, the terrifying gravity of 1,269 million black holes larger than a universe suddenly acted on Di Tian, pushing him a dozen meters away. However, he received no damage whatsoever. Luckily, Wang Wei's plan for activating his acupoints was to buy him enough time to regenerate to his peak condition. No significant damage, thought Di Tian, who felt slightly frustrated before squashing such useless emotions. He knew the reason for his failure. His opponent had perfectly controlled their willpower and Tao will to boost his defense to the pinnacle. Furthermore, he ensured that he would not receive any injuries similar to Di Tian from the nodding technique. I have taken this opportunity to learn how he applied his willpower and Tao will. However, it will take me some time to reach his level. Furthermore, his willpower is so much higher than mine that it's scary. Countless thoughts flashed in Di Tian's mind as he thought of a way out of the situation. A way to end this battle as quickly as possible. No, my mindset needs to change. Time is on his side, and he knows, so he won't allow a quick battle. I need to drag him down to my level, injure him severely with the power of the Tao will, and force him to do a complete regeneration that drains his stamina. Di Tian waved his hand, and 9 objects of various shapes appeared before him. Wang Wei squinted his eyes after seeing the aura of these objects, chaos treasures. He secretly cursed how rich this bastard was, relying on his old age and inheritance to hoard such unquantifiable wealth. Regardless, he knew long ago that this was one of Di Tian's advantages over him. One of his biggest regrets was that the sleepers did not have access to Di Tian's wealth and only helped him collect resources. Meanwhile, the real location of all his wealth was under his strict control. Di Tian opened his mouth and swallowed. An unknown aura or energy emanated from the 9 objects entered his stomach, making them dimmer than they previously were. After ingesting not pure chaos aura from these treasures, his fiend god bloodline synthesized them into a string of primordial chaos aura that traveled throughout his body and nourished it. Boom! Di Tian's already mighty and terrifying aura drastically increased. A few new tattoos appeared on his body, and his purple eyes became slightly darker. The black lightning around his eyes became thicker as it appeared that his fiend god bloodline made it easier for him to manifest his willpower and control it. Truly worthy of the noblest creature between heaven and earth. Everything comes easier for them, thought Di Tian as he gazed at his opponent like an apex predator who saw his prey. This is the perfect opportunity for me. I've never been able to use that power before, but maybe between life and death, I can succeed and master it. Rematch 6. Di Tian applied his pseudo-Tao will and willpower manifestation to his leg, increasing his already unparalleled speed. He moved so fast that he left tears in the fabric of spacetime. However, the tear only appeared a few seconds after he left. Boom! A terrifying explosive sound echoed in this vacuum of space. The sound originated from Wang Wei's 2 arms exploding like popped balloons. However, despite the gruesome fate of his limbs, not even a peep got out of his mouth. Meanwhile, Di Tian was not focusing on such a useless matter. After taking care of his opponent's way of defending himself, he went for the kill. So, without hesitation and giving his opponent enough time to react, he made a second punch. Another exploding sound echoed in the void as Di Tian's arm was inside Wang Wei's chest, turning him into a human donut with no arms. Tian immediately frowned. His attack appeared successful, but it was not. He intended to obliterate his opponent's entire body, including his soul. However, at the very last minute, Wang Wei reinforced all the parts of his body except for the upper limb. With these reinforcements, Tian's attack couldn't destroy his lower limbs and his head. Then, he directed most of the force of the attack on his upper torso, forcing the attack to only leave a hole in his body. Such a high battle IQ, high experience, subtle control and understanding of force, an excellent application of his Tao will and willpower manifestation, secretly praised Tian. There are many things I can learn from him. Tian prepared for another brutal attack. However, Wang Wei's limbs had already regenerated in such a short moment. So, without hesitation, he attacked Tian's head with his elbow. Sadly, Tian's unparalleled speed also involved his reaction speed. As such, he slightly moved his head to evade the attack. Wang Wei seemed to have expected this movement, so he gathered the terrifying gravity from the black holes in his acupoints and released them through his elbow. Meanwhile, Tian calmly faces the immense gravity heading for his head. He released his own gravity or suppressing power from the dragon elephant. Boom! Boom! The clash of these two's gravity twisted the space. At a micro level, all the smallest subatomic particles were scattered and dispersed. And in a very short period, Wang Wei's power was overwhelmed. The dragon elephant's power is based on its wielder's physical prowess. And Tian's current fleshly body has reached an unimaginable level through the fiend-good bloodline. The crux of Wang Wei's attack was to buy him a few nanoseconds to regenerate his upper torso. And his plan succeeded while failing at the same time. Something is corroding my innard, thought Wang Wei. At first, he thought it was the weird primordial aura from the fiend god. However, he had already taken precautions for this situation. Many of his clones had fused with chaos materials when refining their bodies. So Wang Wei gathered the chaos aura from them as a form of defense for his innards. Furthermore, Wang Wei has been analyzing Tian's primordial aura. With a bit of time and the use of his Chi Flower divine ability, it's not impossible for him to synthesize primordial aura like Tina using chaos aura. Luckily, this power is weak, and he has no control of it yet, thought Wang Wei as he removed the effect on him. Furthermore, he added it to the list to watch for and not let inside his body. After crushing his opponent's gravity, he rushed forward, his mind focused to the limit. The fiend god is one of the most talented creatures between heaven and earth, so they have a natural instinct when controlling things like willpower. Although it is not enough for them to reach the peak, it's more than enough for 99% of ordinary body refiners. So, all I need to do is follow my Bodis instinct to quickly reach a high level of control of my willpower. Immediately, the black lightning near his eyes that symbolized his willpower manifestation thickened. Bang! Wang Wei's new arms once again exploded. Furthermore, the upper half of his torso was also missing a big chunk. Tian went on the offensive with consecutive attacks. Wang Wei reacted by blocking his legs. He gathered all his defensive methods, including focusing the force field from his skin on his legs, ignoring the defense of the other parts. His right was missing. However, Wang Wei did not care. Despite his terrible situation, his injuries were child play since his core was not injured. Of course, he also knew he could not continue this constant regeneration. Otherwise, his stamina would drop to Tian's level. I just need to find the feeling from back then, thought Wang Wei as he concentrated, trying to fuse two different yet similar powers. I think you should take a look at this novel. Kabang! Tian's attack reached his left leg. However, the thing was not instantly annihilated into oblivion. On the contrary, it only twisted beyond what the human's exoskeletons allowed. However, despite the terrible shape of his legs, Wang Wei's eyes shone. That's it, it's almost there. Meanwhile, Tian felt a sense of crisis. He knew what these eyes meant. His opponent was on the verge of a breakthrough during battle. He had experienced it himself in this battle and saw similar eyes during their first confrontation. His mood became agitated, which resulted in awakening another power from his bloodline. In an instant, his strength and speed increased by a few percent as he rushed toward his opponent. Bang! He punched the head, destroying everything else in the process. Tian looked at his fist and the place where Wang Wei's body used to be, and he was not happy. When his fist hit his opponent's head, it did not immediately explode. On the contrary, the head blocked his attack for far longer than it should have, given the strength he placed behind that attack. Furthermore, his Dao will and willpower received their greatest resistance since the beginning of this battle. If the previous battle was a towering wall made of a well-refined or crafted, it was now made of the best steel humans can create. He looked in the distance where Wang Wei's body appeared. He did not hesitate to use bone substitution and sacrifice one of his lives for this breakthrough. Is it that important? Wang Wei appeared in the distance with a smile on his face. The answer was simple. Resonance between my body and Dao while using my soul as the medium. Will manifestation is the result of my body or essence? At the same time, Dao will originated from my Dao, which is associated with the Qi, and the soul is the manifestation of the spirit. Wang Wei clenched his fist as he fused these two powers. He sensed how the increase brought by using them independently could not compare to when combined. In the early stages of my cultivation, when I was ignorant, I used to call my Dui realm with the name True Will. But I feel this name was more suited for this new power. Wang Wei did not know the name of the fused power of these different wills since Wu Hong refused to tell him the name. Regardless, he had a feeling the original name was also True Will. When his young self named it True Will, he was probably influenced by his future self and foreshadowed his eventual acquisition of this power. Or it could be he was in tune with the universe and also divined the future. Whatever the truth was, the only thing that mattered was the name. After a few tests, Wang Wei finally focused on his opponent. In this brief confrontation, many things happened, not including his breakthrough. For example, he had identified or had a solid theory to explain the strange power of Tian's bloodline. It should be the primordial will. The primordial law of fiend gods is boosted by the primordial will of primordial chaos. However, they lose that boost after entering a chaos world. His bloodline does not have a primordial law. However, someone used a brilliant method to refine it and keep some of the power from the primordial will. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he had a few more theories. For example, Tian cannot actively control that remnant of primordial will. Instead, it will passively boost all his abilities, similar to how it does for Fiend God's laws. However, that's just my theory and has not been verified. So, I should be on the lookout for the possibility of being wrong. Furthermore, I do not know the limit of the primordial will's boost to his overall ability and strength. After making his analysis, Wang Wei prepared for the continuation of the battle. He could not wait to try out the power of his true will. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.